line. Let's go to Anthony in Florida. Let's see how many people we can get through here in a short period of time. Go ahead, Anthony.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're on.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree with you. I'd just like to elaborate that what's going on in Ferguson is definitely there's real racism, which should always be confronted, and then there are those who fan the flames of racial tension because they have their own selfish interests at heart.
Yes, that's true, and that's the danger, isn't it? That real racists.
Greetings, Info Warriors. The time has finally come. We're now over 100 days into this Michael Brown situation in Ferguson, St. Louis, right outside of St. Louis in Missouri. I'm your host, Rob Dewitt. I'm going to be with you live for at least the next 3 hours. We got an hour before the decision is going to be made. That's going to be made at 8 o'clock Central. We've got our reporters on the ground. We've got lots of special reports. David Knight's going to be joining me to talk about the significance of grand juries. We have a whole lot in store for you today. Thank you for joining us. And if you are watching this on YouTube, we do appreciate it. We also have many other ways you can be watching us. You can join us at Infowars.com/show. That's a free stream. Also, we're streaming live on YouTube right now. Also, PrisonPlanet.tv for those members out there. And now you can share your username and passcode with up to 20 people. So if you want to get on that, you can spread the word right now. We'll also be streaming on Ustream.tv, Real Alex Jones and Alex Jones Live. Those will be feeds directly on the ground for our two reporters, Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs, and we're going to go to them in a second. And we do appreciate all of you out there who are PrisonPlanet.tv members. It's your support that helps us get the reporters out there, helps us pay for the crew back here, and especially doing these live presentations, which right now we are live. As I am speaking, it's going through the series of tubes that make up the internet out to you, wherever you may be, across the country, even across the world. And like I said, now we're over 100 days into this Michael Brown situation. What will the grand jury say? The announcement's going to be made. Earlier today, the governor came out and appealed for calm. And one thing that's very interesting, watching all the networks, CNN, Fox, they were all saying the same thing. This is very weird that they're waiting till 8 p.m. to make this announcement. It's already dark there now in Ferguson. In fact, why don't you guys cue up one of the live shots and just show people a preview of what is out there now. The people are gathering at the Ferguson police station. We have people gathering in all corners of the area. There's a shot of Joe Biggs. We're going to go to him in 1 second. If you look on the Drudge Report, there's a lot of articles today about what's going on in Ferguson. So the nation waits Ferguson decision, 8 p.m. tonight. Stores close ahead of announcement. Tensions are rising, and people are turning to churches for safe houses. There's a lot going on. Earlier today, Joe Biggs filed a report where they stopped at a Quick Trip. This is a quick 1-minute report, and we're going to be back right after this as soon as we go to this report. But just showing you that businesses are boarding up. They are expecting the worst, and we go now to that report.
I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com, standing right outside of Ferguson, Missouri on North Hanley Road. Now, this Quick Trip right here, you can see they are starting to board the windows up. They are preparing for the worst. Just a couple hours ago, the grand jury came to the decision, and we're supposed to know at 8 p.m. tonight whether or not Officer Wilson will be indicted on the charges of killing Mike Brown. So continue watching our reports. We're going to be out here tonight live streaming as well. Make sure you're going to the Real Alex Jones Ustream and the Alex Jones Live Ustream. Jakari Jackson and I will be bringing you live updates. Go to the Twitter account, go to our Infowars.com website, and then make sure you check in with the nightly news as well. Once again, I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com in Ferguson, Missouri.
All right, so businesses are boarding up, just as they said on the Drudge Report and other news outlets out there. And there you have it. Our reporters are out in the field. We've got all kinds of reports they've been filing. They've been there for over a week now. I'm sure they are exhausted from all the work they've put in. And we're going to go to Joe Biggs if he's ready, if he's there. I'm looking over to the side. If you're wondering, we actually have him on the giant screen right next to me where you can see, I think, is this our Ustream guys right here? Yeah, this is our Ustream, and we're using a really expensive piece of equipment called a Teradek to stream it out live to people. But now, Joe, can you hear me out there?
Rob, dude, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm sure you guys are cold out there. What is the mood? How is the crowd acting at this point?
Tensions are high, as you could expect right now. You know, the governor came out earlier today, and basically the way he described everything is everyone's pretty much bracing for the worst. And like you saw earlier, I followed that report about the quick trip. That is only maybe 4 or 5 minutes outside of where the last one was burnt. Also, I spoke to an employee who worked at the Justice Center in downtown Clayton today. She was walking to work in regular attire with a bag with work clothes. She was told that they're not allowed to go into work with their uniforms on and or leave, and told to bring supplies because they could be locked up in there for the next few days.
Yeah, pack your trail mix, folks. I mean, this is pretty much worst case scenario, I think, about to be realized. I'll go ahead and say it. I believe the grand jury is going to put down a no indictment call. I guess their decision will be.
I mean, even on the local TV channels, I was just watching before we came out here, and we set up here at the Justice Center in Ferguson on South Florissant. You could see on the bottom tickers of the local news stations all the school closures in the area, none expected to open up again until Wednesday at the earliest. But then we also know Thanksgiving is Thursday, and a lot of people have off that Thursday and Friday as well. So you're looking at an entire week of school probably being missed here because of this entire investigation into Darren Wilson.
And I'll say this event, and if it does kick off into rioting, into lots of civil disobedience, this to me looks very, I'm going to call it a state-managed situation here. They've waited, they've drugged this out as long as possible. They've been changing the day as to when the grand jury is going to come out and say something through different leaks. They haven't been official words. But even today, they said it was going to come out at 4, and then it was 5:30, and then it was 8. And they just keep changing it around. And it's either gross incompetence or they're trying to manage this situation, which is really, it's pretty interesting what we're going to see tonight. We've seen, and as you followed reports of secret armies in the area, guys with earpieces who are not wearing any visible uniform, but they look like they are part of an army. And, why don't you talk about that, Joe? What are the things that you've seen while you've been there?
Yeah, when we were in Clayton earlier today, you could see a larger presence of police. They had different security contract companies in the area. Actually, when I was standing on the sidewalk waiting to go on the radio with David earlier, I saw some SUVs driving up, and they were asking where their staging area was. So there are some contract companies in here as well that are, probably previous military here in the area. But the ones who really caught my eye are the ones that I filed the report on the other day. These guys look like your typical spec op kind of guys. Everyone keeps hassling me because one of the guys looked big. And apparently if you're big, that means you can't be, used to be special ops and they're now a contractor or whatever it may be. But these guys are in the area. They've got the earpieces in. It was interesting because they had North Carolina plates. We all know that that's where a lot of the PMC private military contractor groups are out of, and also Fort Bragg, home of the Special Forces. You've got Green Beret guys. You've got the Delta Force as well. And like Alex has said before, those guys were involved in the Waco incident in Texas back in the 90s.
And you're not speaking from no experience. You've driven these guys around countries in Afghanistan, Iraq. You've dealt with these guys before, taking them on secret missions, dropping them off, then picking them up. You're no spring chicken to this.
Yeah, I mean, I understand how they work, how they maneuver, how they operate, pretty much how they think. So I can spot them really easily in crowds. They don't act like the normal people. These kind of guys, they stick out like a sore thumb, especially in a crowd like this where everyone's protesting and things like that, because they're going to typically be the guys who are quiet with their hands in their pocket, just looking around, being very odd. Everyone out here to my right, they're very emotional. Everyone's voicing their opinions about what's going on. So when you see someone who's bearded up with a backpack on, with an American flag patch on his shoulder, with an earpiece in, for me, and I think for other people, it's going to stick out in this crowd. So I don't know what they're here for, but it's it's something to look out for, especially if you're watching this here in the area. Keep an eye out for these guys. You know, we've seen them use things like this, the Boston bombing, so it's something to be very wary of.
Well, and just watching your Ustream reports that you've been filing every night, you guys noticed a pattern of this one guy in a mask being arrested seemingly 3 times in a row. Talk about that.
Yeah, there was a guy who wears one of the Guy Fawkes masks. He's out here every night protesting, and he stands right in the middle of the road, puts his hands up, and they just arrest him and take him off. And it happened 3 nights in a row. And, you know, also, even the KKK guys came out and said that they were going to be targeting people who actually wear those masks. So there's a lot of people on, you know, the tensions are high, the emotions are heavy, and everyone is just tired of being strung around, and they want to find out what's going on with the verdict. Everyone just wants answers. They want closure, even if it's not the answer that they want.
Yeah, and we're going to have David Knight in studio a little bit later to talk about how grand juries work and why their decisions really don't mean much. The prosecutor can still come out, even if they hand down a no indictment, and still say, hey, we're going to press charges. Or they could say they want to indict, and the prosecutor could not press charges. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this could go. The grand jury just kind of opens the door, and it allows people like the governor and the chief of police and the mayor and the prosecutor kind of a hands-off type approach.
They can even get them on manslaughter as well, and they might do that to possibly, in their eyes or opinions, maybe relieve some of the tension. But at the same time, you've got to think, it's been August is when it happened. This has been 3 months, going on 4. A lot of people are emotional, and they've just been waiting. The anxiety, the pressure, the stress of every day wondering what's going to happen out here. You know, today I can tell just from talking to people in Clayton, from the local businesses, people are just tired. The Ferguson fatigue is set in. They want closure. They want this to be over with. They want to go about their normal lives. And the way they're handling this is just not helping the situation whatsoever. And the fact that they're going to release this at 8 o'clock tonight when it's dark, is that so they can see the flashbangs better and the tear gas on footage? I mean, I just don't get it.
Yeah, and as you've been saying, you've talked to a lot of people there. I want to go to a report now where earlier this week, you and Jakari went out and you talked to a bunch of people in a shopping center. And basically, they've all come to the conclusion that it's in God's hands now. Whatever happens, this grand jury verdict is going to come down, and then whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And people need to, you know, people have been stocking up on food, on firearms. Firearm sales are up 700%. So this is really a huge situation that's about to be ignited, depending on what this grand jury says. But let's go to that report now, and then we'll come back with you.
Jakari Jackson reporting for NoWorldOrder.com. We're once again in Ferguson, Missouri, and we want to talk to the locals and find out what they think about the coming verdict. What's going to happen with Officer Darren Wilson? Will he be indicted? Will he not be indicted? And what do they think is going to happen after that? We've seen a lot of talk, a lot of chatter about potential riots, looting, things of that nature. Thus far, I will say Ferguson, Missouri seems to be rather a ghost town. Let's talk to the people and see what they think about this situation.
How you doing?
Good. What do you think about the Darren Wilson verdict? What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, my God. I have no idea.
Well, I'm really not sure. I'm just hope that justice will be served. I think that when you do a crime, you should be punished for it.
Are we asking people what they think is going to happen with the Darren Wilson verdict? Do you ladies have any opinion on that? No?
What do you think is going to happen with this Darren Wilson verdict?
Nothing over here.
You don't think so?
Maybe in Clayton.
Man, I just hope it don't be no riots, though.
Right.
Because we need these businesses out here, you know, to keep it flowing, so.
So what do you think? What did you think last time when they had the riots and the looting and all that?
It was bad, man, because people couldn't even come outside, you know, go to the stores or work or anything like that. So I just basically tell the young people, man, just fall back and let God take care of this, you know.
Not afraid of anything. We know people here, so we're all, you know.
To the good Lord, too, that everything turns out well.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm just praying God be with us and God be with St. Louis, you know what I'm saying?
And we've seen a lot of stoking of racial division, and most recently the Klan has even threatened to come out here to the city of Ferguson, Missouri.
Oh, my God. That is just too much.
Are you kidding me?
That's what they're saying.
Okay, so we got to get geared up then.
Overland is actually the Klan headquarters, for what I understand, for St. Louis, and that's not 10 minutes away from us down the highway. Basically, I worked in Westport, where the Klan was passing out papers, asking people to join. I mean, to me, a white organization that's trying to recruit members is no different than a black organization trying to recruit members. If you got your beliefs, you hate this race for whatever reason, the black people over here hate that race for whatever reason. It's really a lot of ignorance in Missouri due to lack of education. We were separated. Blacks fear to go into West County, South County, and whites fear to go into North City, and everybody's divided already, and we already know. So basically, the Klan showing themselves is no different than what we're already dealing with anyway, with the separation we have in St. Louis.
And we've seen an increase in firearm sales. Some local gun stores are reporting a 300% increase in sales.
Nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that.
All right.
I mean, yeah, everybody armed out here because they scared, and I don't blame them for doing it, you know, because if I had a business or my house, I won't want nobody taking, taking my stuff. You know? So I feel, I give all props to them peoples.
Yeah, and that is just a fantastic report that they put together earlier in the week. They've been there for over 7 days. I keep pushing out their plane ticket, actually. And hey, they were supposed to come back on Sunday, or originally Friday, and now we got it Wednesday. 10 days now, says Joe Biggs in my ear. And there he is on the big TV. We're going to go right to him in a second. But, people really are. They're gearing up, and they are scared for what's going to happen. And like one of the gentlemen was saying in that video, there's already a racial divide in St. Louis. You've got whites afraid to go to parts of the town and city, and then you got blacks afraid to go to other parts. And so this is just exacerbating things. And Joe, have you guys run into any of the new Black Panthers that are supposedly up there? Have you run into any of those types of folks?
Yes, one was kindly enough to give me a flyer and tell me to support the cause.
And what was their cause? What were they? What did they want support with?
I'm not quite sure. I wouldn't want to read what was on the flyer.
Well, what's interesting is it was last week, Darren McBreen interviewed Larry Pinckney, who was being investigated by the FBI because here's a guy who was bringing blacks and whites together. Yeah, pan over. What are we looking at, Joe?
Well, this is going back to August now. The traffic is lined up all the way down. People are standing on top of the cars again now. Just like before, chanting in the middle of the road. The flow of traffic has completely stopped now at this point. There's only maybe 20 officers outside, but there are over 100 police vehicles behind the buildings here. So I know they're all inside gearing up right now, but maybe Jakari can help pan over real quick and let you see. But everyone has completely got in the middle of the road. There are people riding in the vehicles, sitting on top of them, hanging out the windows, chanting. The flags in the background upside down. Everyone is out here in mass numbers now, and it just happened within minutes.
Yeah, well, we're less than an hour away from this decision. How are they going to announce it? Is somebody there watching it on, is there a big screen set up, or is somebody going to have it on a radio?
There is a person here who set up a text thing. So once he's going to be at the press conference, once he gets the verdict, he will be texting it out to all that. I'm part of that little text group. I don't even know what you call it, but I will be getting text in my pocket. I'm sure hundreds of these people are also on it because there's over 10,000 people registered to receive that text.
And we're going to go to it live when it happens. We're actually going to punch that up here in the studio so we can see exactly what happens in the press conference. So we may even get...
Oh, there's a mob of people coming by right now.
Yeah. Things are just heating up. I mean, this is... you guys last night, you were in a different part of town, weren't you, Joe? At a demonstration, a protest.
We're in the Shaw neighborhood, which is, I would say, about southeast of here, about 25-minute drive. And if you're looking at the actual downtown St. Louis area, it's just barely southwest. It's a neighborhood called Shaw. There were quite a few hundred people out there marching. They went around a few blocks, and it was a peaceful protest overall. They stopped at different intersections, and they'd sit there and shut down each intersection for 4 minutes. Basically, that was a representation of the 4 hours that Mike Brown's body was left in the street just to bleed out and die without any help.
Well, and I can see why people are mad. I mean, it just came out that Utah police killings are one of the #1 causes of death. It beats out gang-related crime. It beats out spouse-on-spouse crime. I mean, people are fed up with this, and they really have had enough. And by going out and essentially they're screaming at the top of their lungs. I've been watching you guys out there every night, watching the protesters just really speak their mind. You know, they haven't been the most eloquent of speaking. Some of it, I think, has been a little rude and nasty to the individual cops. But this is something that people are feeling. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, no, I was just moving something really quick.
Oh, okay.
But, the police are coming out right now. They're about to move into the street here.
And guys, we have at least 3 feeds going on right now, and we have 2 crew members out there. We really are a shoestring crew out there right now. This is really amazing, but this is new media. This is what we're able to do thanks to your support out there, all the Prison Planet TV members, the people that go to the InfoWars store and help support us. I mean, it really is your support that keeps us out there on the front lines, because we are literally on the front lines right now of the information war. Joe, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the officers, the officer with the, well, I can't tell you now, he had a beanie on. He was the guy that was in charge the other night, the lieutenant. He did a tremendous job of keeping the civil unrest, you know, to a minimum. You know, like I said, there was only a few arrests the other night. But
he had a pretty good debate with one of the protesters, too, where she was asking him point blank, how come some nights you come out in full body armor and are really intimidating, and then, like, tonight you guys are being really respectful? What is the difference in this? And he kind of, you know, he didn't really shrug it off, but he said, well, we're under a unified command, so there's really no one in charge. Compared to last time, it was the head of the highway patrol, I think, came in, and after the protest got out of hand, and then he was in charge at that point. But here it doesn't seem to be any one person. We don't see the top of the pyramid, essentially. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the lieutenant that's in charge here tonight, he's been handling things pretty much outstanding. I mean, you can tell the way they've handled stuff the past few nights. It's been, you know, I haven't seen any problems with it. I thought it's been an overall a good performance on their part. But, you know, we're going to be here all night and bringing you updates. And, you know, we're getting ready to come down to the verdict and find out what's going on. So everyone's holding on to their seat.
Less than 40 minutes away, we're going to have that grand jury verdict press conference, and we'll see. Maybe they string it off for 5 or 10 minutes talking about how, you know, instead of just giving the information that people want.
The police are advancing into the street now, and they are going to try to push the crowd back and see if they can open up this road that is being blocked. There's people walking around with anonymous flags. A lot of people in Guy Fawkes masks. Like I said, there was guys driving up and down the side of the road earlier with bandanas around their face, screaming at the cops, saying they're going to come after them later. So like I said, the tensions are just out of control at this point in time.
And someone has brought a dog to the protest, I see. I'm sure that's going to turn out well in the end.
It is a big white poodle.
Yeah.
It is a vicious poodle.
I mean, it certainly is. I mean, you know, Joe, you've been now to Ferguson on 3 different trips. I mean, you know this town inside and out. Do you think they've ever experienced anything like this, or will ever after this?
Ever again? The only thing I could think of is if it were to happen again is if they convict him on manslaughter charges, then it goes back into court and continues, or they don't indict him at all, and there's still more investigations that are going on from what I've heard, and then possibly a conviction later on down the road. So, you know, there could be a celebration tonight. He could be indicted, and then later it goes on in, and then nothing happens, and then there could be another riot, or there could be a riot tonight because he doesn't get indicted today by anything, but then later on down the road gets something, and there could be a celebration. So I don't think the craziness is quite over yet. I think we still have a long time for this place to heal, and it's just something we're going to have to continue to watch.
Yeah, well, I can't get over the quality of that Ustream. I mean, being in this technology and working with it and trying to get it to work, it really is kind of like a breath of fresh air to see you guys out there being able to get the information out on a live basis. Earlier this week, you guys saw a journalist get arrested who was apparently standing on the sidewalk. You also caught a car crash as it happened. A guy swerved and hit a pole. And, I mean, we were able to capture all these events that are just, you know, you wouldn't have seen them otherwise. Here's the car crash coming up. I mean, you know, the guy just, boom, runs right into the pole. And then I think Jakari kind of funny. He goes, golly.
Yeah,
But
golly.
golly. But, I mean, that's a natural reaction, though. He's just having this natural reaction.
It wasn't my reaction. Mine was a little bit more vulgar.
Yeah, and well, that's why we have Jakari there on the high quality camera. But you guys really are doing an outstanding job. You've been filing reports day after day, you know, just putting it all on the line, staying up till 2 a.m., you know, working on reports, putting reports together, editing. You know, after you guys leave, you guys are still working behind the scenes. You're not just standing around. You guys are tweeting. I think it's been great that you guys have been answering people's questions via the Ustream. But I want to go back to a report that you guys filed back the first time you went. You and Jakari and Josh Owens went. And then I'm going to have David Knight here in studio. But while we have David Knight here and we're talking about grand juries, I want to be showing on screen what's going on there now, because anything could happen at any point in time. But we still want to be giving you guys more information. We're here in the Infowars.com Central Texas Command Center. I'm your host, Rob Dew, and we're going to go to this first attack report where the cops show up in full riot gear with tanks. And this is what unfolded last time things got out of hand in Ferguson.
You are no longer peacefully assembling. You must leave, return to your vehicles, return to your homes. You will be subject to arrest if you fail to comply. You cannot be in the street. You are not peacefully assembling anymore. You must leave to your vehicles, leave to your homes immediately.
Please turn off your
rural
video.
America. What they say? I think they say please turn off your video. That's what it sounded like to me.
Did they just tell us to turn off, stop filming?
I think that's what they said, honestly.
It sounded like this is now they told us to turn off our recording.
Trapping everybody in?
They tried to. Front line of the InfoWar, Joe Biggs, Jakari Jackson, Josh Owens, the front line as they advance on it. That is really hurting my ears though.
Oh my God, they're coming at us right now. They're coming at us right now.
All right, here we are. They're popping it off out here. Oh. That's a very peaceful solution, officer. All right. Jakari Jackson, Infowars.com. They're popping off the smoke. Explosion. Going back. Going back. 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 Now, notice, they want to talk about Now notice, they want to talk about the rioters and the looters, and they're popping off smoke. My God, man. Get cover. Everybody get some cover. Oh. Oh man, somebody just threw a Molotov over here. I'm gonna get back from that. Bro, they're the ones burning it down. You ain't gotta do it for them. Whoever did that, man, don't do all that. Don't burn down your own freaking neighborhood. They popping smoke over here. Bro, don't quit. Bro, quit. Stop. Stop. Bro, quit. Man. What for? Why are you gonna burn down somebody else's house? What is that? Golly. I don't know if you can see off this. Thank you. Thank you for putting that out, bro. All right. Thank you. Hey, no other stupid. Golly. All right. So somebody lit a fire, but this dude put it out. Good look, bro. Good luck.
Because I don't want us to get the wrong image.
That's right. Because they burning it down. They don't want to pop in the flashbangs over here.
Exactly.
Hold up. Okay, once again, Jakari Jackson, NoWorldOrder.com. This is likely to be my last broadcast of the night. My phone's about to die, and they're shooting stuff at us.
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on.
NoWorldOrder.com. The guys are coming in the trucks. They're coming to flank. Well, we don't have to. All right. So, here they come. They popped in big bangs. Joe Biggs got shot with a rubber bullet. Now I'm running down the street. Man, quit shooting at me. Quit shooting at me. You see they shooting at us. You see that?
So that is not what's going on now. That was a report that they filed, that the crew filed. Josh Owens, Jakari Jackson, and Joe Biggs, they filed in St. Louis and Ferguson the first time they were there, pretty much when nobody was there. There was hardly any media, except for there was a local guy live streaming as well, but really a small media presence. InfoWars went there, put it on the map, and then all of a sudden, everybody was there joining in on essentially the hysteria and madness that's going on right there. But we were there to document it from the beginning. We're there now. We have Joe Biggs live. I also have sitting next to me, David Knight is joined me in the studio. And earlier today, he was talking with Paul Joseph Watson about grand juries and how they work. And you've got a little more to add on this. I mean, does this grand jury decision really mean anything?
Yeah, that's the point, Rob. Is why do they even need to have a grand jury? Because the prosecutor doesn't need to have it. In half of the states, they don't use a grand jury system. In states where they do, they don't always call a grand jury. When the grand jury takes a look at the evidence, they can say that there's probable cause to move ahead with an indictment. But then again, even if they say that there isn't, the prosecutor still has the discretion where he can go ahead with it. You need to understand that this is not a real trial. And I think that's the most important thing, Rob, is that people need to understand not only about the guilt or innocence of this police officer, they need to be affirmed that this system is innocent, that this system is working, that this system is not rigged. They're not going to see that in a closed, hidden proceeding like the grand jury.
Tribunal.
Exactly. They need to have an open, transparent trial with a judge, with a prosecutor, with a defense attorney, where everybody can see the facts that are being presented and see the facts that are not being presented. All of this is taking place in a closed, secretive thing with the prosecutor only. The judge only has the role in terms of giving a few instructions, then he's out of there. The prosecutor is running the show, and he's doing it in secret. It's almost as bad as the FISA court, where you got one judge, no adversarial relationship whatsoever, just rubber stamping whatever the government wants to do.
Yeah, and I mean, we've drawn it out so much. We've had so much media presence down there. Why not just keep this going into trial? Why not just let's start presenting the evidence so everybody can see the evidence?
They've let this thing run for months.
We don't know what they're going to show and what they're not going to show.
Exactly, and we won't know. They're not going to release all this because grand jury proceedings are kept secretive. Why would they do this? Well, in many cases, the prosecutor will call a grand jury because he wants to know if he's got enough evidence that he can move forward and be successful in a trial. But he also can use a grand jury to essentially give himself cover in a political hot potato case like this. I believe that's what's happening here. He doesn't want to take the hit in case he chooses to prosecute them or not. And just like you have in a real trial, if you've got a hung jury, the prosecutor can keep coming back after that person up to 3 times as long as the jury is hung. Well, so there's a lot of leeway here.
And I could see him doing this, saying, oh, hey, we the grand jury think he should be indicted on whatever charge they choose, most likely manslaughter. And then the prosecutor can still say, no, I'm not going to charge him.
Right.
So that,
or he could charge him for something completely different.
Or you know, so this is a way to keep the crowd at bay, to keep them down, and then go, oh, we're not going to do it anyway. So they could do a 3-card Monte on the protesters there and the people that are there, because they've strung it along this far. People thought there was going to be a verdict last Monday, and now we're here a full week later. Our guys have been there over 10 days, and we still don't know. We're going to know in less than 30 minutes now, supposedly.
They've manipulated this from the very beginning.
Yeah.
They had information, supposedly, unless they manufactured this information, unless they're lying to us, but they had information at the very beginning that could have proven that this officer was not necessarily guilty. They didn't put that out there. They haven't put their cards on the table from day one. They've been holding it back. You've had Eric Holder go down there, personally make appearances there. He didn't do that when you had obvious cases of excessive police force that have been used in the past. He didn't show up. Take that case, for instance, in the Ohio Walmart, where it was a black man, and he was in a Walmart. He was shopping. He had a BB gun with him. And
a Walmart BB gun.
A Walmart BB gun. He's going to buy it from Walmart. So he goes into Walmart. He picks up a BB gun. He's talking to his wife, and all of a sudden, some guy has called 911, says there's a guy in here with a gun. They show up and immediately shoot him, and you even have the surveillance footage. I mean, this is a cut and dried case of murder. Where was Eric Holder? Well, he doesn't show up at these cut and dried cases.
Where was Al Sharpton? Where was Edward Jackson?
They show up at this place because this place is ambiguous, and they can get the whites and the blacks fighting each other, because before the election, the only card that they had to play was the race card. They wanted to get that on the table. They wanted to build tension between whites and blacks to try to get support for the election, because nobody is supporting them on their policies. They basically stuck the knife in the back of blue-collar workers, of the poor blacks who are working in terms of this amnesty thing. So they tried to play that up. But the question is, what are we going to do about excessive police force? In the case of this shooting in Walmart, that was decided back in September. They did not indict those police officers who shot that man dead in the store. And he wasn't threatening. He wasn't doing anything to threaten anybody. He hadn't gone anywhere. Like one of the things that's making this case a little bit ambiguous is because you have Michael Brown going to that convenience store. There's the issue, you know, were they pushing that guy around? There was nothing like that in the case in the Walmart store. This guy was totally innocent. You had another case this weekend where a guy was shot in a stairwell. Where are the people when that happens? Why can't we get a hold of
shot for holding a BB gun in a park?
Yes, exactly. And you know, the interesting thing is that in both of those cases, Kit Daniels had a story today. The kid who died this weekend after being shot with a BB gun in a park, the police shot him dead after a 911 call, where they said it was probably fake. The question is, why would they call 911 if they thought it was probably fake? Nevertheless, the kid was shot, the kid died. And now you got people saying, well, you know what we need to have is we need to have bans on toy guns. And that's exactly what they did at the Walmart. That Walmart is no longer selling the Crosman BB gun. Even though they're selling real guns in that Walmart, they're not selling the BB gun. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. That's like saying when the Central Park jogger gets raped, what we need to do is we need to stop jogging.
Yeah.
You know, we need to put a ban on joggers.
Or we're going to ban penises in Central Park.
Yeah,
I mean,
we don't need to ban toy guns.
Well, it's bubble gun hysteria, essentially, is what we have across this country. A kid does this. I was covering it last week. He went pew, pew, with a ray gun, a fake ray gun with his finger, and he gets suspended. He's in the lunch line messing around with some friends.
Meanwhile, the police who are shooting people dead on the streets, who are shooting first, who are emptying their guns, they're not even doing what Frank Serpico said. He said in his day they would shoot twice, reassess the situation. If they thought that it was justified to shoot.
Empty the clip.
They empty the clip. They shoot first and they keep shooting until they're out of ammunition, and nothing happens to them. Meanwhile, like she said, if you just point a finger, a kid points a finger at somebody and goes bang, bang, he's in a lot of trouble. But the police never get in trouble, even when they're killing people.
Yeah, or killing dogs. I mean,
puppycide. That's now part of the vocabulary, puppycide. We got one officer in New York that by himself over a period of 3 years, has killed 25 dogs in Buffalo, not New York City. In Buffalo, he's killed 25. The department's killed over 90 dogs in that same period. It's absolutely out of control, and the question is, what are we going to do to get control of it? Of course, we're not going to see anything happen with an ambiguous case like this. No. That's why they have given this case so much attention, ignored the other ones, and that's why this whole grand jury situation is really part of their control paradigm, to try to foment anger between people, to try to drag this thing out. Look at this. They had this thing decided at 1 o'clock, and here we are. It's going to be 7 hours later before they're going to announce it.
Right.
They had said earlier, the prosecutor had said that he was going to release it, information 3 hours after the grand jury did it. If it's a weekday, he was going to have a press conference 3 hours later. No, they're having it 7 hours, we see.
Well, and the parents were supposed to be informed a day before, 48 hours before. They didn't find out that the verdict was going to come out until they saw it on the news. I mean, it's just misinformation after misinformation. They don't want to put out anything real because, one, it doesn't allow them to backtrack. And so they put out these innuendos. They're having people dress up in their street clothes before they go in to work because, you know, they're afraid something's going to happen, and they're trying their best to figure out a way around this mess because in the beginning, they just didn't come out and do an investigation.
Well, the family's lawyer, Michael Brown's family's lawyer, has pointed out that this prosecutor in 28 years has never done it this way. He has never had a grand jury where he went for 3 months presenting evidence to them. Clearly, he's in charge. It's not a judge. There's no adversarial relationship here. It's what he wants to show them, how he wants to show them, the timing of what he wants to show them. He's absolutely, totally in charge, and you have to ask, if he hasn't done this, as the lawyer for the family said, if he hasn't done this in 28 years, why didn't he do it in 28? If this is the right way to do it,
why isn't he doing it all
exactly. Why didn't he use this kind of care for other people if he's using this kind of care for this officer? The key thing is that it's not the officer who is on trial here, it's the system.
Right.
The system is not putting the cards on the table. As we see with government at every level on every issue, they are closed. There's no transparency. There's no candidness. Everything is a secret. We're not allowed to know anything, and they manipulate us to the nth degree. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I know that the people there are sick of it. I know the black community is sick of it because they've been bearing the disproportional brunt of this kind of excessive police force, just like they've been bearing the brunt of the drug war for so long. I mean, it's affecting everybody, but it is disproportionately affecting the black community for sure.
And we've got reports on these all coming up later tonight. We've got several things we want to talk about. In addition to what's going on in Ferguson, because while you're so focused on Ferguson, what else is going on? And the Secretary of Defense resigned today, which it looks like he was pushed out, not really resigning, for the failed war on ISIS, for Iraq, other things that are going on, and the Ebola. You know, why is the Secretary of Defense involved in Ebola anyway? I don't understand that. But, you know, all these situations that, you know, Obama's kind of hiding behind.
We talk about
amnesty just happened.
You talk about Ebola. I mean, last week he did another executive order that nobody is really talking about, giving immunity to corporations if they bring Ebola here. You don't have immunity to Ebola. I don't have immunity to Ebola. But the corporations are going to have legal immunity if they bring that in. Why is he doing that if he doesn't think that's a possibility? He's assured us that, of course, that isn't going to happen. Nevertheless, they buy their hazmat suits, buy hundreds of thousands of those hazmat suits. They extend legal immunity to the corporations that are going to be working with them. They send the soldiers over there in harm's way.
With no training?
With no training, with no equipment. When they ask them why they're only going to be held there for 10 days before they bring them back into the country, they say, well, for all intents and purposes, you have to understand that we treat the entire country as an infectious zone. Very different from what we were told before, that they were not going to be exposed to anything. Now we're told they're only going to stay there for 10 days because you can't effectively quarantine them when they're in the country. Do you understand how they're telling you one thing one day and then completely switching it around the next?
But if they come up with a vaccine, they're going to try to force everyone to take it.
Yes.
Out there, and that's just going to do nothing but line the pockets of Big Pharma. Is Joe Biggs still out there right now? Is he still on the line? There he is. Joe, what is the situation like now? Has it gotten worse? Has it gotten better? What's going on right now?
There are hundreds more people here. They have started to push in. I'm pretty much surrounded for the most part now in my little area that I have blocked off. But way more people showing up. The police still haven't come out in full force. There's, you know, give or take 25 officers outside right now. But there are hundreds and hundreds of people out here now on both sides of the road. I haven't seen traffic in a while. I think the whole road's blocked off. Yeah, it is. So people are building up, and they're all coming out here in anticipation of what's going to happen with this announcement tonight.
Wow.
About 15 minutes out.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes out. And actually, you're going to go and file a report as soon as the announcement comes out so we can have a short report up on YouTube and your analysis of it, of how it's delivered, what's being said, just the way they're going to try to legally maneuver this into our subconscious, into accepting whatever they throw out already. What was interesting is we were watching the press conference with the governor, and some guy got up, had this really long question about how this is just a cover for, I heard him say communist, something else. I started to turn it up. He had this real long question, and then the governor just said, no, we don't think that's going to happen, and went to the next. Just totally dismissed what this guy was bringing up.
Yeah.
Sort of like what happened when Dan Bidandi asked the governor of Massachusetts.
No. Next question.
Yeah. No. This is definitely not a false flag. All these people with black backpacks and contractor gear really weren't there. You know, we know who did it. It was these two Chechen brothers.
Well, you know, if they come out and they don't give an indictment to him, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I do know that in Ohio, with the case of the 22-year-old father who was shot dead in the Walmart holding a BB gun that he was going to be buying from Walmart, even though they did not return an indictment, we see that there have been constant demonstrations after the fact now. We're now 2 months later, and Anonymous, as I covered earlier today on the radio program, Anonymous is very active there. You've also had people with open carry, because what they're saying in Walmart is like, well, if somebody's going to buy a BB gun now, we will, they'll have to ask us for it, and we will take it up to the front of the store and give it to them. So presumably you could then walk outside and get shot, so that you're not going to get shot in the store. I mean, it should not be a crime to be holding a gun. The guy was not doing anything that was threatening anybody with a gun. And the guy who called 911 and lied about that, and then lied to this guy. Yeah, what's happening to him? He lied about that. He got this man killed. There was actually somebody else who died, had a heart attack, literally scared to death in the store. So basically, he caused the death of 2 people doing a fraudulent 911 call. He made up information about it. He got caught with the surveillance cameras. Once they showed him the surveillance cameras and said, look, what you said was happening was not happening. You know, what's going to happen to that guy? I mean, he should have some liability in it. But it's really a shame how this system is proceeding. Something needs to be done to prove its innocence.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Joe, if you have to move at anywhere at any time, you just pick up, just let us know what you're doing. And even if it's live, I mean, this is unscripted. We don't know what's going to happen here. And if you think you need to get to a better vantage point, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to move real quick and get to a spot where I can kind of see what's going on all around me. Okay.
Sounds good. And in fact, I want to go to another report that we have, and you're going to go get set up in the reporter room. Yeah. And then you're going to come back in here, and whatever happens after the fallout, I want you back in here so we can analyze it and talk with the guys in the field out there. But we're going to go to this second report. This was the next night's attack in Ferguson. I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but just with the small amount of demonstrations that were going on then, and you look at the overblown police presence, well, now there's hundreds of FBI, there's secret armies, there's National Guards, the state of emergency. They're calling out all forces. And, you know, maybe right now at the Ferguson Police Department, it's just a few guys in jackets, but let me be assured they've got the Spartans ready to come out with their shields at a moment's notice.
Absolutely.
We've seen this, you know.
Provoking the situation.
Reminds me when I was back in Pennsylvania, all peaceful protests every day. Nothing happened of any significance.
G20,
Yeah, G20. This is in 2009. Well, at the end of the G20 had ended, and there was a 50-person protest in a park far away from where the G20 was taking place, up near Pitt campus, where 50 people showed up. 50 people showed up to protest police brutality of what went on there. And 1,500 riot cops show up in full battle gear, ready to go. And they were just waiting to try their kettling maneuvers. We know they've got kettling charts set up here where they're going to try to squeeze protesters in. I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but you're going to go file that report as soon as the verdict comes out. You're going to be monitoring that in the reporter station. And let's go to that report now. This is, I guess, the second or third night of the action and the events, the first time the crew went into Ferguson.
All right, it's Saturday night at 11:57 p.m. In 3 minutes, curfew will be in effect in Ferguson, Missouri. As you can see, a strong police presence behind me. We're in the free speech zone as journalists, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't have that status. Peaceful people out here so far. The streets are mostly deserted. As far as I can see, there's rumors of people behind buildings. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll find out soon enough. And let's just see what happens.
We give you the lay of the land.
No curfew! No justice! 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 No curfew! Jail right now.
This is the police department. You are violating the state-imposed curfew. You must continue to disperse peacefully, or you will be subject to arrest and/or other actions.
justice, no curfew.
You must clear the roadway. You are violating the state-imposed curfew. You must disperse the area immediately. You are in violation of the state-imposed curfew. You are subject to arrest and these continued actions. You must leave immediately.
Oh, here we go. It's going down. Oh, it's going right on us. Watch out. Yes. We're throwing them back. We're throwing them back. Oh, man.
You must disperse immediately. You are in violation of the state-imposed curfew. Failure to comply peacefully will result in arrest and/or other actions.
Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, but I can't breathe.
Okay. In case you're watching this right now, this is not what's going on live. This is what happened to our guys the first time they were in Ferguson. We're just showing you what possibly could happen. This is how far it got out of hand last time. We've been promised different things. We've been promised no tear gas. We've been promised no arresting of journalists. Well, they've already arrested journalists. So we're just showing you what happened last time. We're about 8 minutes away from the press conference, and we're going to go to that live, but we're going to continue with this report, and then we'll come back into the studio in the Central Texas Command Center.
Hey, dude, Biggs just said that the National Guard is now in control of the area. The National Guard is taking control of the area.
Jackson, NoWorldOrder.com. Let's pull this mask off. It's as real as it gets. I cannot breathe. I'm sure I'm dripping snot. Joe Biggs is out here. They hit us with freaking tear gas.
So there you see the effects of tear gas right there, what happened to somebody. And that's Sha'Carri Jackson, who wasn't doing anything, was acting as a journalist, was there as a journalist. And there you see what happens to, those are the effects of tear gas. I mean, that could happen again. Joe Biggs got shot with a rubber bullet last time. I think Kid Daniels got tear gassed. Josh Owens did. Josh Owens had to take refuge in a car with a Vice TV journalist, a Vice.com journalist, and literally they were surrounded by cops. And I don't know how they got out. Josh doesn't even know because he couldn't see. He was blinded. He really, he was totally blind. But we're going to go back to Joe Biggs. He's got some news on the National Guard. Joe, what's going on now? What's the situation like out there?
Or fire department, I should say, on South Florissant here in Ferguson. I just got information that the National Guard is now in charge of operations. And just now you can tell that earlier when I showed you, the police have been standing back quite a bit. I've had some people send me photographs of Humvees pulling into the area. Over on West Florissant, they've got some set up as well. So it's only a matter of time before they move in this way. The word that we got that National Guard will be coming in and protecting or help protect the fire departments and police stations in the surrounding St. Louis area. So far, we haven't seen them show up here yet, but they could be here anytime. There's still helicopters flying overhead, and they're, as you can see behind me, I don't know how well you can see, there's still a lot of people. The whole road's blocked off completely. It's definitely heating up, and we're only minutes away now. So I'm on pins and needles myself trying to figure out what's going to happen here. But we're going to be live streaming this entire time, or you streaming, I should say. And, it's nice. A lot of people are saying they're able to see the broadcast on YouTube. I'm hearing good things about that as well. So I'm glad we're able to bring this to everybody.
Yeah, and I'll just remind people once again, you can catch this at NoWorldOrder.com/show for our free stream going out. You can also catch the free stream on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/The Alex Jones channel. Now, if you're on PrisonPlanet.tv, if you're one of our members, you can share your username and password with up to 20 people. And this is going to happen in perpetuity now. We're not going to go back on that. It used to be 11. Now it's up to 20. So you could call 19 of your friends right now and get them on watching it on Prison Planet TV. Or you could go to YouTube and watch it. Looks like, what do we got? 3,400 people watching right now. Man, that's a lot of people, plus the Infowars.com/show. There you can see Joe. He's answered a question from a little bit ago. We're also going to be on Ustream.tv/Real Alex Jones and Alex Jones Live. So we've got plenty of places where we're bringing you the information of what's going to happen. This is really kind of a maiden voyage broadcast for us, coming down to one of these decisions to be able to bring it to you live on the nightly news. Go ahead, Joe.
There are now 3 helicopters overhead. One that's pretty close, 2 that are staying really far up. But yeah, everybody's starting to close in. This seems like one of the main spots. I'm not sure what you guys are able to see from Fox or CNN, if they have people in Clayton at all, but this seems like to be the jump-off spot for the verdict to be released, where everybody's going to be either celebrating or not.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the stress that these cell networks are going under from everybody streaming. The last few nights, the streams have been crystal clear, not a lot of jitter, but now with everybody in that area, we're getting a lot more jitter, a lot of just difference in what's going on with the signals out there. So you can tell those infrastructure networks are being stressed and pushed to their limit. There's a quick shot of what's going on CNN right now. They're showing an inside shot of the grand jury. There's Anderson CIA Cooper. They've also got, is that Don Lemon probably walking around? He's been out there showing some shots.
I saw him today. He showed up earlier today. He was outside. I'm sure he's spewing forth plenty of lies on CNN.
Well, that's their job. This is guaranteed. You're going to see this as a state-managed situation, whether it becomes a riot.
It's only a matter of time before we see another one of these stage actor police officers stage an event where they push Don Lemon or something, or maybe Anderson Cooper, big tappers out here as well. So maybe we'll see one of those staged events again like we did last time.
Yeah, and we're about 3 minutes till. If you're looking for some of our older reports, you can go to the Alex Jones channel and watch some of those. We have a playlist of just what the crew has done this past 10 days. And then we've got further reports. If you just do a search on Ferguson and Infowars.com, it'll bring up lots of stuff that they've produced in the past. I mean, we really are out there on the front lines trying to get you guys the information. And we've got some amazing stuff we're going to play later once this verdict is announced. We've got 2 reports, one from John Bound, one from Leanne McAdoo. But I don't want to overshadow what's about to be happening. I think you're about to see a historic event where people are all at once in one large location about to receive some information that we haven't really seen since the OJ verdict was announced. I mean, a big case like this where so many people were out, and we saw what happened in those 90s riots. Darren McBreen actually lived through it, not in it, but he was around the area. He could see fires. He was driving down the interstate, and he goes, I remember I looked over and I saw a gas station on fire, and I thought that was funny. And then I saw the one next to it, and then I looked across the highway, and there was another gas station on fire. And that's when it really hit me that something was really going down big time. And it looks like we're at 7:58:30 right now. Thank you for joining us. If you're watching this on YouTube, Prison Planet or Infowars.com/show. We've got the crew in the back. Why don't you give a quick shot of the crew back there in the control room. We've got several of our guys back there. There's CJ, Joe, and Travis, and everyone. We've got Lewis working social media. There's Leanne McAdoo, John Bound, Nico, Marcos Morales, and there's Richard sporting the beard as well. And so we got the full crew in effect. We're here at 8 o'clock. The 3 guys, Richard, Nico, and CJ, have been here since the early morning hours. They've been here running the show while Alex was out. Alex has taken a well-deserved break from all this. He'll be in tomorrow, though, to discuss and analyze all the events. He's been able to watch all this from afar and not be in it. So it'll be really interesting to see his perspective from it. But I really think this is a staged, managed crisis. These guys are a state-managed crisis, I should say. The state is coming in and taking full control of the narrative, or at least they're attempting to. But we're going to be on the ground. We're going to see what's going on. Joe, do you have any final thoughts before we go to this live grand jury decision, I guess, this press conference?
Pray for us, please.
Yeah, definitely pray. You guys are wearing Infidel body armor. We'll give them a plug. Infidel body armor. You guys have both been wearing it for many nights. You guys have your gas mask. You guys are prepared.
Yeah, I'm
hoping you don't have to use that tonight.
I don't know. I kind of miss the tear gas, you know?
Yeah, right.
That fresh aroma of just tyranny.
We just showed a video of Jakari being affected by the tear gas. He did not look like he was having a good time. How is Jakari? Where's he at right now?
He is walking around trying to give you guys some shots to cut away to from time to time while I'm standing over here. He's trying to give you guys a little background footage. But yeah, he didn't take too well to that tear gas. It was quite funny to watch. I sat there for a few minutes and I took it about as long as I could. But you know, this time we're actually prepared from the beginning of the mission all the way to the end. We've got our armor, we've got our phones, we've got our chargers, we've got our gas mask, and we are just ready to broadcast this. And hopefully everybody finds this informative and shares this with everyone else so we can get truth out there about what's really going on.
Do you think you've had enough time to prepare being there for 10 days?
I don't think there's any way to prepare for the possibilities of what could happen tonight.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, it's one of those things I'm just like, I feel like I did before I went on combat missions in Afghanistan, just that unknown of what could happen around the next corner, or driving over a pothole and wondering whether or not that'd be the last thing I ever saw before I blew up. So, but other than that, it's peachy.
Right. Well, and you know, the weather has played a part in this too. When you guys first got there, it was what, 17 degrees, getting really cold at night. Now it's not as bad, but what's the weather like right now?
It's not as windy as it was this afternoon. This afternoon it was, I think it was 31, and it was windy as all get out. I mean, it was horribly frigid. I've actually got on 3 jackets and 3 pairs of pants right now. So I think it's around 30 something, but you know, usually when it gets about 10 o'clock, the temperature starts dropping pretty fast, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, it's just so cold, it's almost unbearable.
Wow. 3 pairs of pants. That's amazing.
Yep. And some giant winter boots I bought.
Yeah.
And they're fantastic.
Well, the cold definitely makes you prepare. I've been up in Alaska. I've been at Maine in January and December, and let me tell you, there's nothing like frigid cold weather. I've been out in it all. Never in a situation like this though, with this many protesters, this many police, this amount of controlled police state going on around you. That's really an amazing situation, and you've had at least probably at what, close to 20 days in this, right? If you count them all up, all your trips.
In Ferguson, yeah, I spent 2 weeks, so 14 days I'm going on, 24 now here.
Yeah.
So almost a month I've spent in Ferguson over the past, you know, few trips here. So it's been interesting. You know, overall, like I said, and I've said this time and time again, I've done numerous radio shows over the past few months, just talking to people about, everyone's interested about what's happening in Ferguson. Everyone's always wondering whether or not it's as racially divided as the MSM makes it out to be. And, you know, quite honestly, it's not that way at all. I mean, there's people out here right now of every color, religion. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, everyone's hurt and or affected in some way by police brutality, whether it be someone you know or in your neighborhood or state. It's happening everywhere. And that's one of the main reasons why everyone's out here standing together, because it doesn't matter if you're black, white, whatever. I mean, anybody can be shot by a police officer. Anything like that can happen. And like I've said before, we're not saying that all police officers are bad. I've got some of my family that are quite outstanding, God-fearing men who love the Constitution, and they do everything to the T perfectly right, you know, as much as they can. But, you know, like I said, due to lack of training and leadership, the whole system, in a sense, is broken down, and there's not really much there. There's not a lot of positive leadership with good experience. So that's where a lot of this stuff happens.
It's like our crumbling infrastructure. I mean, we got bridges falling apart. We've got highways falling apart.
It's
buildings.
Like a controlled demolition. It's just free falling.
Yeah, and you know, we've just kind of let our system, we've rested on our laurels for the last 30, 40 years, and things are taking a turn for the worse. And now we're seeing it. You know, we're seeing over 50 million people, or 50 million families on food stamps. We're seeing record numbers of children homeless, people living barely paycheck to paycheck. You know, and so I understand why people want to fight for more minimum wage. But, you know, you shouldn't, in America, you should not be going, well, I expect to have a minimum wage job. You should try to better yourself and try to move beyond that. And that's what people, I don't think, see, because they've been conditioned and schooled and educated in that mindset that you know, the state is the answer. The government is the answer. If you have a problem, go to the government. The government's going to help you.
There's such a large sense of entitlement now in the youth nowadays as well. Everyone, it's all about give me this, give me that. There's no more, you know, setting goals and working hard and trying to do something better for yourself. People just want to go to McDonald's or get a job like that and then expect to make the same wage as someone who's a doctor, a lawyer, something like that. No, that takes time. That takes studying. That takes being dedicated and working hard towards achieving something and then getting that extra money and feeling proud about yourself and knowing that you accomplished something. You know, there's so many people that I talk to like, oh, I need this, I need that. I don't know where this comes from, but that's one of the main problems here in America. That's something we've got to stop.
You may need something, but you need to learn how to go get it. I mean, we've all, you know, people want to talk about white privilege. No one ever handed me anything. I had to pay off my school loans just like everybody else. I had to go get a mortgage just like everybody else. I had to go through the credit card system and the credit reporting just like everybody else. Nothing was handed to me. I'm not one of these blue bloods, you know, and this is where we're all at. Guys, I'm going to check in with the control room real quick. Is anything going on with this press conference? We're at 8:06 right now.
Nothing yet. It looks like the grand jury announcement is still to be determined.
Oh, so they're going to keep stringing this along.
Yeah. It's a ratings bonanza. So
it sure is.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious as to how many stations right now are covering this immigration bill that was passed by Obama.
Right. Yeah.
I doubt none of them.
Well, see, there's where you're wrong, Joe. It wasn't an immigration bill. He just did it by executive order. He just wrote it up and said, we're going to make you guys legal. And what that did,
while he was on Air Force One as well.
Right. And it's not that, hey, we couldn't absorb 5 million people. It's about the hundreds of millions out there that have said, hey, come on in. We have a border with no fence. We don't, our border patrol is too busy picking up children and giving them bus tickets, you know. So we've got nothing here. Come on in, bring your drugs over here because we're going to be picking up people here. They're gaming this entire system, and it is to destroy this country. It is to destroy this country.
There is a car that is pulled up now. They're blasting the radio, and I'm assuming they're going to use that to play the verdict.
Okay.
So everyone's starting to surround that. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious. As I bet you right now, the White House is, you know, rubbing their hands across their eyebrows and going, "Wow, what a sigh of relief! Finally, no one's got that magnifying glass on us here about what we've done." You know, I guarantee you, they're glad that this is happening right now.
No one's going to ask about Chuck Hagel. You know, he's going to be tomorrow's news. It'll be like 20 years ago he resigned.
It'll be like it never existed. You know, by Friday, people are going to be like, who was that?
Look at this empty room they're going to. Or it's 8:08 now, and we're still waiting.
Everybody is pretty much quieting down.
Well, look, USA Today is saying no indictment in Ferguson case. Will not face charges. So USA Today has obviously gotten the message, but they're not going out and announcing that.
Well, we're getting some, according to Brown's family, some people are sort of speculating because Darren Wilson there was no call for him to turn himself in.
Okay.
But now this is breaking that according to the Brown family. So I guess they found out before the rest of the world, which seems like that would have been the appropriate thing to do. So
well, and we knew this was going to leak out as soon as it was made to anybody. This is big news, and nobody's going to sit on it. They're going to tweet it. They're going to talk about it. Have you got the sense, Joe, that anybody's heard this? We just saw on USA Today.
No, everyone is quiet right now. Everyone's got this car surrounded listening to a local station. There's no word thus far of the announcement.
USA Today is reporting no indictment in Ferguson case, which I called that earlier today, that I didn't think that was going to happen.
I said that back in August.
Right. And even Paul Joseph Watson released a video of the truth about the Michael Brown case. He presented his, I think, very well laid out version, which probably has more evidence than what the grand jury has even seen. So that's very interesting. Could you guys print off that article and bring it in to me?
Which one did you ask for?
That USA Today one, and I'll read it off the air. And I guess we're bringing it to you first before you're hearing it anywhere else, that there will be no grand jury indictment from that end. So the question is, one, how is this crowd going to react to it? I don't think they're going to be too favorable for this decision. And then two, will the prosecutor come back and say, well, we're going to go ahead and charge him anyway? The prosecutor doesn't look like he's doing that because there hasn't been a call for Brown to turn himself in. No, not Brown, Officer Darren Wilson, sorry. But it's very interesting on what's going on now. Joe, it looks like people are still quiet. They have not got the word yet.
No, no one's gotten the word here yet, even though it's on TV apparently. Right now, everyone's standing around this car over here, and they're listening to get the speaker up loud.
And no one's come in this room, into this grand jury room, where we have a live CNN feed that we're going to cut to as soon as somebody pops in, I guess, for the official word. But we already know something that we said is going to happen from the beginning. It didn't look like there was enough evidence. But what the people of Ferguson are mad about, they're not just mad about this one murder. They're mad about this on a lot of different levels, and they've been screaming about it since it happened. So over 100 days now of going out in the streets, of yelling.
Jakari Jackson just pointed out they have already shut down the road. They have police officers maybe a quarter mile or not even that far, a few hundred yards down the road, blocked off the road, and the vehicles that are here now are now stuck here in the middle of this. No way of getting in or out at this moment. So this place is on lockdown. We haven't heard any announcements from the police. It's quiet on both sides. If I'm not mistaken, I don't see any police officers outside at the moment, is there? Maybe 5? Okay, so 5 over here right near the road. But other than that, most people are inside. I think a lot of them are looking through the windows at us right now with anticipation, just about as much anticipation as all of us here on the ground.
Have you heard any word of what the crowd might do? Anybody saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that? Has it just been quiet on their end?
There's someone watching a live stream right now. There's a guy who was apparently brandishing a gun. He has on a gray sweater and a red hat, and he says he plans on using it later.
Does he look like a police officer?
No.
Okay. Have you seen anybody carrying glass bottles? I know last time you discovered a bunch of glass bottles underneath a dumpster and went to point that out to the police, and they said nothing.
We showed that spot on the Ustream the other day, the other night. It was actually right before the car wreck happened. I was actually shooting down to the left with the camera, and you could actually see that same metal container. And I was pointing out that that's where we'd found those, or I had found those. And I walked over to the police officers and brought it to their attention. Nothing was done about it. And then eventually, yes, they were used. So, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Hopefully people will, or the police will be a little bit more receptive if someone sees something or decides to give them a heads up that can, you know, cause bodily harm to other people out here, or more than likely just trying to be peaceful. And like I said earlier, just wanting some closure, because there's a giant gaping wound here in Ferguson, and, you know, it's festering up, and people just want some healing.
Well, I want to read this out. This is from USA Today at 9:01 p.m. Eastern, which is 8:01 Central. We're now at 8:13, and we've still received no official word from whoever's going to make the announcement. I guess the prosecutor over in Clayton. No indictment in Ferguson case. If you guys could go to the overhead camera on this. Yeah, there you go. No indictment in Ferguson case. A white police officer will not face charges for fatally shooting an unarmed black teenager in a case that set off violent protests and racial unrest throughout the country, an attorney close to the case said Monday night. The St. Louis County grand jury declined to indict Officer Darren Wilson, 28, for firing 6 shots in an August confrontation that killed 18-year-old Michael Brown, said Benjamin Crump, an attorney for the family. The decision has long been awaited, and following rioting that resembled war zone news footage in this predominantly black suburb of St. Louis. Missouri Governor Jay Nixon, a Democrat, called for calm after calling up the National Guard troops to stand by in case of unrest. Speaking before the decision was announced, he had urged that regardless of the decision, people on all sides need to show tolerance and mutual respect and restraint. So hopefully he's calling for the police to do that as well as the crowds. Crowds gathered around Ferguson Police Headquarters in anticipation of the announcement at the courthouse in Clayton, Missouri, another St. Louis suburb. A 12-person grand jury has been considering whether probable cause existed to bring charges against Wilson, 28, the white officer who fatally shot Brown, an 18-year-old black man, after their August 9th confrontation. The shooting inflamed tensions in a largely minority community that is patrolled by an overwhelmingly white police force. Brown's lifeless and bleeding body lay for more than 4 hours in a Ferguson residential street after the shooting, prompting dismay and anger as the crowd gathered. Protests turned to rioting and looting the following night. Police responded with armored vehicles, tear gas, triggering a nationwide debate over police tactics. The 12-person grand jury, including 9 whites and 3 African Americans, had been meeting in secret for months, hearing evidence and weighing whether Wilson should face charges that ranged from involuntary manslaughter to murder. So there you have it. That is at least the semi-official word coming from the attorney of the Brown family. And so, well, now we know what this verdict is. What's going to be interesting to see is what happens when the rest of the crowd finds out. It's amazing that we could be in the Central Texas Command Center, deep behind enemy lines, bringing you this information.
I don't want to get caught up.
And now I do want to mention, we've been going now for over an hour, hour and 15 minutes broadcasting live. We haven't gone to one break. We're going to go to some breaks a little bit later, but we just want to get to this verdict being read out from the people in Clayton at the, I guess it's the St. Louis County Justice Center. Is that correct, Joe? Is that what it's called?
Roger that, Rob. Do it as the Clayton Justice Center.
It looks like we're going to it right now, guys. Bring up that feed.
Okay. Hey.
With that.
Sorry.
But first and foremost, I'd like to again extend my deepest sympathies to the family of Michael Brown. As I've said in the past, I know that regardless of the circumstances here, they lost a loved one to violence. And I know that the pain that accompanies such a loss knows no bounds. On August 9th, Michael Brown was shot and killed by police officer Darren Wilson. Within minutes, various accounts of the incident began appearing on social media, accounts filled with speculation and little, if any, solid, accurate information. Almost immediately, neighbors began gathering and anger began growing because of the various descriptions of what had happened and because of the underlying tension between the police department and a significant part of the neighborhood. The St. Louis County Police conducted an extensive investigation at the crime scene, at times under very trying circumstances, interrupted at least once by random gunfire. Beginning that day and continuing for the next 3 months, along with the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation at the direction of Attorney General Eric Holder, located numerous individuals and gathered additional evidence and information.
There it is on Drudge.
Fully aware of the unfounded but growing concern in some parts of our community that the investigation and review of this tragic death might not be full and fair, I decided immediately that all of the physical evidence gathered, all people claiming to have witnessed any part or all of the shooting, and any and all other related matters would be presented to the grand jury. Grand juries of 12 members of this community selected by a judge in May of this year, long before this shooting occurred. I would like to briefly expand upon the unprecedented cooperation between the local and the federal authorities. When Attorney General Holder first announced the federal investigation just days after the shooting, he pledged that federal investigators would be working with local authorities as closely as possible at every step of the way and would follow the facts wherever they may take us. As General Holder and I both pledged, our separate investigations followed that trail of facts with no preconceived notion of where that journey would take us. Our only goal was that our investigation would be thorough and complete to give the grand jury, the Department of Justice, and ultimately the public all available evidence to make an informed decision. All evidence obtained by federal authorities was immediately shared with St. Louis County investigators. Likewise, all evidence gathered by St. Louis County Police was immediately shared with the federal investigators. Additionally, the Department of Justice conducted its own examination of all the physical evidence and performed its own autopsy. Another autopsy was performed at the request of the Brown family, and all of this information was also shared. Just as importantly, all testimony before the St. Louis County grand jury was immediately provided to the Department of Justice. So although the investigations are separate, both the local and the federal government have all of the same information and evidence. Our investigation and presentation of the evidence to the grand jury in St. Louis County has been completed. The most significant challenge encountered in this investigation has been the 24-hour news cycle and its insatiable appetite for something, for anything, to talk about, following closely behind with the nonstop rumors on social media. I recognize, of course, that the lack of accurate detail surrounding the shooting frustrates the media and the general public and helps breed suspicion among those already distrustful of the system. Yet those closely guarded details, especially about the physical evidence, give law enforcement a yardstick for measuring the truthfulness of witnesses. Eyewitness accounts must always be challenged and compared against the physical evidence. Many witnesses to the shooting of Michael Brown made statements inconsistent with other statements they made and also conflicting with the physical evidence. Some were completely refuted by the physical evidence. As an example, before the results of the private autopsy were released, witnesses on social media, during interviews with the media, and even during questioning by law enforcement, claimed that they saw Officer Wilson stand over Michael Brown and fire many rounds into his back. Others claimed that Officer Wilson shot Mr. Brown in the back as Mr. Brown was running away. However, once the autopsy findings were released showing that Michael Brown had not sustained any wound to the back of his body, no additional witnesses made such a claim, and several witnesses adjusted their stories in subsequent statements. Some even admitted that they did not witness the event at all, but merely repeated what they heard in the neighborhood or others or assumed had happened. Fortunately for the integrity of our investigation, almost all initial witness interviews, including those of Officer Wilson, were recorded. The statements and the testimony of most of the witnesses were presented to the grand jury before the autopsy results were released by the media, and before several media outlets published information and reports that they received from a D.C. government official. The jurors were therefore, prior to the time that released information going public and what followed in the news cycle, the jurors were able to have already assessed the credibility of the witnesses, including those witnesses whose statements and testimony remained consistent throughout every interview and were consistent with the physical evidence in this case. My two assistants began presenting to the grand jury on August 20th. The evidence was presented in an organized and orderly manner. The jurors gave us a schedule of when they could meet. All 12 jurors were present for every session, and all 12 jurors heard every word of testimony and examined every item of evidence. Beginning August 20th and continuing until today, the grand jury worked tirelessly to examine and re-examine all of the testimony of the witnesses and all of the physical evidence. They were extremely engaged in the process, asking questions of every witness, requesting specific witnesses, requesting specific information, and asking for certain physical evidence. They met on 25 separate days in the last 3 months, heard more than 70 hours of testimony from about 60 witnesses, and reviewed hours and hours of recordings of media and law enforcement interviews by many of the witnesses who testified. They heard from 3 medical examiners and experts on blood, DNA, toxicology, firearms, and drug analysis. They examined hundreds of photographs, some of which they asked be taken. They examined various pieces of physical evidence. They were instructed on the law and presented with 5 indictments ranging from murder in the first degree to involuntary manslaughter. Their burden was to determine, based upon all of the evidence, if probable cause exists to believe that a crime was committed and that Darren Wilson is the person who committed that crime. There is no question, of course, that Darren Wilson caused the death of Michael Brown by shooting him, but the inquiry does not end there. The law authorizes a law enforcement officer to use deadly force in certain situations. The law also allows all people to use deadly force to defend themselves in certain situations. So the grand jury considered whether Wilson was the initial aggressor in this case, or whether there was probable cause to believe that Darren Wilson was authorized as a law enforcement officer to use deadly force in this situation, or if he acted in self-defense. I detail this for 2 reasons. First, so that everyone will know that, as promised by me and Attorney General Holder, there was a full investigation and presentation of all evidence and appropriate instruction of law to the jury, to the grand jury. Second, as a caution to those in and out of the media who will pounce on a single sentence or a single witness and decide what should have happened in this case based on that tiny bit of information. The duty of the grand jury is to separate fact from fiction. After a full and impartial and critical examination of all the evidence in the law and decide if that evidence supported the filing of any criminal charges against Darren Wilson. They accepted and completed this monumental responsibility in a conscientious and expeditious manner. It is important to note here and say again that they are the only people who have heard and examined every witness and every piece of evidence. They discussed and debated the evidence among themselves before arriving at their collective decision. After their exhaustive review of the evidence, the grand jury deliberated over 2 days, making their final decision. They determined that no probable cause exists to file any charge against Officer Wilson and returned a no true bill on each of the 5 indictments. The physical and scientific evidence examined by the grand jury, combined with the witness statements supported and substantiated by that physical evidence, tells the accurate and tragic story of what happened.
So
a very general
now the crowd has
synopsis of
heard
the
what's
testimony
going
and
on,
the physical
and,
evidence presented to the grand jury follows.
Keep this up,
Please
guys.
note that as I have promised,
and then let's go to a shot. If y'all can put me in a split screen with one of our cameras. So the official word has been read out that there will be no indictment after a long explanation from Robert McCullough, who is the prosecutor. And he's given the word. It looks like people are starting to file out. Joe, can you hear me? What's the mood like right now? It looks like people are moving away quickly.
Yeah, people are running all over the place.
Have you heard any yells or screaming or chanting or anything?
Everybody just screamed. Everybody just screamed and bottles just started flying.
Wow.
Cars are trying to get out of the area.
What's Jakari's...
People are screaming and cussing right now, and it's not looking good.
Right. And where's Jakari in all this?
He's standing right in front of me.
Okay. Oh, that's him. Okay. Can y'all bring in Jakari's audio feed so we can hear what's going on the streets?
It's probably not good for him to get close to anything right now.
Okay. He's just got the better audio. Okay.
People are looking like they're having panic attacks and on the ground right now.
Really? Well, this is live news as it's unfolding. We have our 2 reporters on the ground there, Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs. And,
cars are speeding off with people hanging out the side.
And drove west.
There's been, on the police scanner, there's people talking about people in vehicles driving up and down the road with the guns hanging out the side. You can hear glass bottles breaking everywhere right now.
Yeah, people are angry. What are those the people with the yellow shirts? Are they observers?
Amnesty Now.
Okay. Yeah, so those are observers. We saw them last time you guys were there when all the events took place. Have you seen any police presence at this point?
Very light, very few. Most of them are staying inside. I saw one guy in full riot gear peek his head out, and then he looked and saw the crowd, and then that didn't last too long. Now people are running towards the police station.
Okay, let's pan over and see if we can see what's going on there. Does it look like they're about to vandalize the police station, or?
It doesn't look good at all. All the riot police are running up now.
Okay.
They were standing far back. I couldn't see them.
Whoever's got the clearer shot, go to that one. What's Jakari's shot look like? And if y'all could get audio on Jakari, go ahead and try to feed audio into his. Did he get disconnected?
Who?
Jakari's shot. Ah, okay.
People are running up screaming to the police station right now.
Well, can you get a little closer without getting in any danger?
Officer Wilson.
I'll try.
At an angle, blocking their path and blocking the flow of traffic.
Okay. Y'all can kill the prosecutor's testimony. I think we're done with CNN. So what right now? So we're looking at cop block. Okay, and then where's Biggs at? Looks like he's upside down now.
I shouldn't be.
No, not you. The other guy. Is anything going on? Are the cops standing out front? Is that what's going on? Tell us what you see, Jeff.
Yeah, there's tons of them out there now.
Hey, Jakari's recording this on video, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Make sure he's recording. You never know, in the heat of the moment, he might have forgotten.
I don't know where he went. He
You don't
took
see
off
him?
as soon as everybody started running towards the police station.
Okay. Well, hey, as soon as Jakari's line comes back, you guys sync back into him as well. Or maybe somebody text him, see if he can restart it. Sometimes it takes that. I'm sure there's a lot of tweets going out now.
Yeah, we're trying to get Jakari's feed back up. We haven't been able to establish a good connection just yet.
Okay. Do we
But
have
I'm
it?
sure.
We have another. We also have the iPhone Ustreams. Joe, you're still with us on Skype. Do you also have Ustream going, or are you just on your Skype?
I just have this one phone.
Okay.
Here's your car. Somebody just kicked in a window to a business, apparently. Is that what they said? Which one? Someone just kicked in the glass to the Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. It's the, hold on. This phone keeps sliding off. See that white sign right here?
Right.
That's the Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. The window has just been knocked out.
Okay. Hey, is Jakari recording right now?
Jakari, are you recording with the camera as well? He said yes.
Okay.
Back over here. If you want to say hello to Jakari. Hey, Jakari.
All right. Getting my stuff all together. You can join us on Alex Jones Live. My feed keeps cutting in and out because of the massive bandwidth out here, but I'm doing the best I can. So I thank everybody for joining me on Alex Jones Live, as well as on the InfoWars Nightly News. So this is the verdict being announced. Yeah, you can see the riot cops over there. You guys probably can't see. I'm sorry on the InfoWars Nightly News. But yeah, we're ready to see what's going to happen. They have the cops out here, and they have the streets blocked off. Some people are leaving, but a good amount of people are staying.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like people started running there in the beginning. Joe was describing how he was hearing broken bottles, people screaming. Obviously, people are mad about this. This is not the outcome they were looking for. But what would have, an indictment still could have been overturned by the prosecutor. He also still has the ability to prosecute if he feels like it, although I think he's going to use the anonymous secret tribunal grand jury as his cover not to go after Officer Darren Wilson.
Jakari is trying to get a little bit closer if you guys want to cut to him at all.
Yeah, his feed seems to be going sporadic in and out, which...
Well, in a minute, whenever you guys want me to, I'm going to try to break this tripod down.
Okay.
Go mobile with a Skype and walk around.
Yeah, that's fine. Why don't you go ahead and do that? And
hey, Jakari.
There we're seeing some aerial footage from a local Fox TV station. 8:30, about almost 8:33 p.m. right now in Ferguson. So a lot of people up at the barricade. There looks like a small contingent of police officers with riot shields. But it doesn't look like anything widespread is broken out, at least in this part of Ferguson. But we're going to be monitoring this as we go along. Obviously, we have both our guys on the ground. They're going to be Ustreaming later after we break here from the live portion of the show. You can watch us at NoWorldOrder.com/show for the free stream. You can join us on PrisonPlanet.tv and share your username and password with up to 5 people. And also,
on the roof.
We're on the Alex Jones channel. And Joe right now is pointing out a sniper. How many snipers do you see on the roof?
I don't know, but everybody, I can't see him yet from I'm too close to the building. But there's a lot of people getting very angry and pointing up at the roof.
Yeah. And that's the roof of the fire station right there in Ferguson. What street are you on right now? What street is this?
South Florissant.
South Florissant. So just, and as in terms of the Quick Trip where all the protests originally kicked off, how far is that from where you're standing?
Maybe 2.5, 3 miles, if that.
Okay.
Quick 5-minute trip.
Yeah. Now, are you guys able to get out in your vehicle, or are you blocked in inside the blocked off area?
We picked a spot further down.
Okay.
And if you guys can cut our feed real quick so no one knows where we're at.
Yeah. Are you guys going back to your car?
Yeah, I'm going to take this tripod and put it up so I can be a little bit more mobile.
Okay.
And not have as much stuff so I can stay live with you guys on Skype.
Sure. Also, if you could run your, someone could run the other phone on Ustream just so we can.
We don't have a way to hook all that together.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No, I'm going to have to run Skype for now, and then when we're done, I'll go to Ustream.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, we'll check back in with those guys in just a second. We've got more going on here. Man, obviously, this is not the outcome people were looking for, especially the protesters there. But as we pointed out weeks ago, it didn't look like there was enough evidence to indict Darren Wilson. If you guys want to bring up the Alex Jones channel real quick, we can go down to Paul Watson's playlist, and he's got the truth about the Michael Brown killing. I think it's called The Truth of the Michael Brown Killing, but I'm not sure. If y'all could bring that up, we could look at it real quick. It's on the Alex Jones channel. And he really lays out the evidence. Just scroll down to the Paul Joseph Watson playlist. No, just scroll. Keep going. Got a lot of videos on this hooked up in this channel. There's the Paul Joseph. Yeah, the truth about the Michael Brown shooting. That one right there. So, and there in 8 minutes, he lays out why people are not going to get the outcome that they just saw. And in fact, if you guys can cue that up, can y'all cue that up with audio, or is that something, or did y'all download that?
We've dedicated the audio to the live feeds.
Okay.
So we can do it. We just got to give us a second.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the meantime, going back to this discontent between people, the different races, and we saw that in the report earlier, where the gentleman was saying the people in the north and east parts of town don't go into the south and west parts of town. The black people don't go down there, and the white people don't come up into their areas. This is a segregated area, but as Joe's pointed out, he's been there almost a month, and he's never felt in danger for his life. In fact, he's become friends with a lot of the residents in the area. So and I think this is a lot of this is tribalism. People distrust one another from a different tribe, so you get that. And it's only when you realize, hey, we drink water, we eat food, we like music, that those barriers start to break down. And I want to go to a...
all right, we got that report.
You got that ready?
You want to go to that?
Yeah, let's go to... This is Paul Watson's report, and this is the truth about the Michael Brown shooting. And he's going to lay out pretty convincing evidence as to why we saw the no indictment verdict handed down by the grand jury. So if we're ready for that, let's go to it.
Who are the real racists to emerge out of Ferguson, Missouri, the tragic shooting death of Michael Brown, and the subsequent riots? And why is this whole issue being hijacked and steered by the Obama administration and black political leaders? First of all, an apology. I'm not going to check my white privilege. Despite the myriad of glittering opportunities that were afforded to me as a result of my skin colour growing up on a council estate in Northern England, I don't believe that free speech on certain issues should be denied, limited, or qualified based on race. Unlike the people who scream white privilege, I'm not a racist. Like Martin Luther King, I believe a person should be judged on the content of their character, not their background or skin colour. What I would point out is the number of articles I have written decrying genuine examples of police brutality being targeted against black people. Now let's get to it. Thousands of Americans, predominantly blacks, but many, many white liberals who have taken the same stance, have concluded that Officer Darren Wilson was guilty of first-degree murder when he shot Michael Brown. And how have they come to this conclusion? Well, it can't be based on the actual evidence behind what happened, which clearly indicates that Wilson acted in self-defense and did not deliberately murder Brown. Brown was a criminal who robbed a convenience store just before the shooting. The majority of witnesses to the shooting, all of whom were black, say that Brown attacked Wilson and attempted to grab his gun in the patrol car. The ballistics evidence from the autopsy of Michael Brown and the wound to his hand are fully consistent with Wilson's explanation that Brown was reaching for his gun. The autopsy results also show that Brown did not have his hands raised in surrender when he was shot by Officer Wilson. Forensic pathologist Judy Melinek asserts that the autopsy results did not support those who claim Brown was attempting to flee or surrender when Wilson shot him in the street. Every piece of evidence demolishes the claim that Brown was an innocent victim with his hands up in the air when he was shot by Wilson. He was not shot because he was black. He was shot because he was assaulting and maybe even attempting to murder Wilson. Given that the evidence clearly shows that Wilson was not guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or even manslaughter, why have Ferguson protesters and agitators come to this conclusion? And why did they come to this conclusion before any of the evidence was even presented? Well, we know why. Because Michael Brown was black and Officer Wilson was white. And no amount of hard evidence is going to dissuade them from that narrative. They've already determined Wilson's guilt based on the color of his skin. They've made a racist rush to judgment and then exploited that fallacy in some cases to burn down and loot their own communities.
Why won't President Obama come out and say, you know what, Darren Wilson is not guilty, and it's a good thing that he wasn't indicted. It's unfortunate that this young black child was gunned down, but you know whose fault it was? What about his parents? His parents are complaining. They're the ones that raised him. If they had raised him right, he would have had some respect for authority. He wouldn't have robbed this convenience store. He would have listened to the police. He wouldn't have charged the police. Who charges a policeman? When they have a gun pointed at you and they're telling you to freeze, who charges? Who attacks a policeman through his car and starts punching him in the face and tries to take his gun? Not a kid who's raised very well. And in fact, why don't we blame the welfare state? And the poverty in which these kids grow up in, and the war on drugs, and all the things that the government does to create Michael Browns, and all the Michael Browns who are born out of wedlock to women without husbands because of the welfare state. This is not about racism. And Darren Wilson didn't do anything wrong. He was doing his job. But now what are we telling policemen? Hey, you can't protect yourself. You can't shoot a criminal who's trying to kill you, because if they happen to be black, well, then you might end up in jail, or you're going to have to live in hiding for like your whole life, because you're automatically guilty if you're white and you shoot somebody who's black, no matter what the circumstances are. You're a racist and you're a murderer.
The grand jury is likely to acquit Officer Darren Wilson based on actual evidence, not the color of his skin. And even if we don't see more unrest in the aftermath of the verdict, the damage to a large extent has already been done. Here's the truth about Ferguson. This is being hijacked by the Obama administration, by the establishment itself, to delegitimize opposition to the genuine problem of police brutality. Why weren't blacks up in arms when Eric Garner, a black man, was choked to death by a white police officer in New York City earlier this summer for the crime of selling cigarettes? Why weren't liberals up in arms when the Albuquerque Police Department gunned down a homeless man, James Boyd, in cold blood? Were there sporadic protests? Well, sure. Was it anything like the sustained unrest that we saw in Ferguson? No way. Despite the fact that, unlike the Michael Brown case, these were flagrant examples of outrageous police brutality. And why is that? Why are the cut and dried cases buried in local media and forgotten about, while the Trayvon Martins and Michael Browns are seized upon as national causes by the mainstream media and by black political leaders? Why is Barack Obama meeting with Ferguson organizers and encouraging them to stay the course? Why is Al Sharpton, the FBI snitch, an alleged cocaine dealer, and Uncle Tom who doesn't give a damn about black people, acting as a conduit for the White House while stirring up resentment in Ferguson? Why is the Obama administration itself, just as it did during the Trayvon Martin controversy, fostering outrage and unrest over a case which, if you study the evidence carefully, clearly does not prove police brutality? Because the government doesn't care about police brutality. The government does not care about blacks. It does care about divide and conquer. By making the whole issue about police violence only being targeted against blacks, and in the case of Michael Brown, justifiably so, Half of America is convinced to shut up about police brutality, turn a blind eye, and even support a more militarized and aggressive police force. Police brutality is a real issue. People from all colors and creeds are being assaulted by cops, thrown in prison for videotaping, and murdered on a regular basis. Cops have killed 5,000 Americans since 9/11. Americans are 8 times more likely to be killed by a police officer than a terrorist. Police departments across the country are being militarized with the aid of Homeland Security grants. The government supports the police state, no matter what president or political party is in office. So when the likes of Barack Obama and Al Sharpton jump on the bandwagon of this cause célèbre, you know that something's amiss. You know that Ferguson is being used to delegitimize and dilute opposition to the genuine problem of police brutality. And that's the truth about Ferguson. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel. I'm Paul Joseph Watson reporting for Infowars.com.
A pretty powerful report. It's got a lot of stuff in there I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with, but I think a lot of people are going to agree with it. And some other parts, especially the end where he talks about police brutality and that this is sort of dividing people into not caring about police brutality. So thank you for joining us. We are now 2 hours and 15 minutes into our live broadcast here in the Central Texas Command Center. I'm your host, Rob Dew. And earlier we had David Knight. We've got Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson out in the field. Leanne McAdoo's back in the control room. And basically we've had the grand jury verdict. It's no indictment. We kind of expected that for a variety of reasons. And now it looks like Joe's back with us. So we're going to go to him in a second to see what the general mood is out on the street. But yeah, people are from right when he said right when the announcement was made, you could hear people yelling, bottles were being thrown. He got a sense that some stuff was about to kick off. People ran to the police station. The police came out and were standing behind a barricade. Joe, can you hear me now? Are you still there?
Roger that.
Yeah. So what's going on now?
Everybody's pushed up against these barricades. There's some people talking in the crowd, screaming back and forth. The police are out here, as you can see, in their full gear with the shields, face shields on. Maybe 35, 40 officers now that I can see from this angle. There's a squad car pulled up that they'll use more than likely as a bullhorn. There's another large group of police officers down around the side under the season's greetings. So for everyone watching right now, happy holidays from Ferguson.
Yeah.
It's a ye old time.
It's not going to be a good Thanksgiving there. The people there are definitely mad. And I think they have reason to be mad, not just for this one particular case. I think in general, they're mad because, one, he was left, Michael Brown was left on the ground for 4 hours. And that's one of the main parts of their protest is to block intersections for 4 minutes because they are, you know, they don't like the way they're being treated. They feel this police officer, these officers here, it's disproportionate to the community.
Here are some of the contract-looking guys.
Ah,
see?
Yeah.
They do not.
So it looks like we have some contract guys. Do you see any earpieces?
I'm looking. I saw the guy in the black jacket in front of me earlier in Clayton.
Yeah, we know there's going to be plainclothes cops in there, and they're out. They're looking for the agent provocateur troublemakers, or maybe even these guys could be agent provocateurs. If these guys start throwing bottles or pushing people, then you know they're out there to cause this so the cops could come in with a heavier presence. But right now it looks like both sides seem to be showing great restraint, which is, did you think it was going to be like this when the verdict came out? I mean, it doesn't look like people are fighting with each other. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on other than the broken window you reported earlier.
That's how it was in August too, but then one person throws something and then towards the police, and then that's when everything hits the fan.
Yeah. Now, where's
mistake? Do what?
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
And I was going to say it should say peaceful up until the point where you do get one of those provocateurs that decide to throw something, and then it's just going to be not good.
I bet those guys don't like being on camera, the guys in front of you.
Yeah, he covered his face up.
Yeah. Wow. It's a pretty incredible scene, though. It's not, you know, people did not immediately go crazy. It looked like they're still there and they're still angry. That's Jakari Jackson's feed right there, which we're, of course, now we seem to be having trouble with our expensive streaming equipment, which only seems to work when there's 2 cell phones in the area. You get 3 cell phones in the area, it clouds up the network. There's a shot of Jakari Jackson right there. And
say hello, Jakari.
Stay warm. And so does he have the...
hear you guys, but if you guys are just now joining us, I'm on the Alex Jones live stream on Ustream, so you guys can watch this simulcast on Ustream. This is the raw feed. What you guys are seeing is the InfoWars Nightly News. If you want to see the live stream, the raw, you can go to the Alex Jones Live. I'm paying very close attention to what the officers are doing over here to my right. There's also, you guys probably didn't see, but if you look on my live stream, the last one I had on that corner right up there, Joe Biggs, there was a spotter on that corner. I'm sure you guys can't see him with the iPhone. I'm sure he's still up there. But he was looking down with his binoculars into the crowd. Many people out here. A few people left immediately after the Darren Wilson verdict, but there are people that remain. So we have a good amount of riot police in the area. And, yeah. So that's the situation right now. Everybody's been pretty peaceful. Immediately after the verdict was announced, there was a guy who threw a bottle at the firehouse over here. So there's a lot of things going on.
What's your number of people out there now? How many people do you think are out there, protesters and police?
All right, so, yeah, everybody's pointing out the helicopters, all the other things going on. Once again, I'm streaming on this camera as well. 500 people? Okay.
I would say there's maybe 500-600 people standing out here in the streets, and then you've got 35-40 officers now. I know they have way more than that because there's at least 100 vehicles in the back parked.
Yeah, and you guys were showing this from earlier reports from your Ustreams where there'd be 20 or so police officers out front, and then all of a sudden they would get reinforced by a larger contingent, or they would go back and get replaced by another group. These guys are working on shifts, and they are getting paid with taxpayer money right now. So this is all being, one way or another, the New World Order is, you know, paying people to be out there and control.
Well, they're all inside right now. The fire department, they just peeked their head out, and people started cursing at the door. So they're all sitting in there right now watching. I know they have a lot of their computer screens up watching all of our live feeds. A police officer the other day recognized me from watching the feed and said, "Oh, I watch you." I was like, oh, okay.
I'm watching you, Joe Biggs, literally. Yeah, that's what they do. Are there any other spots that you think might kick off tonight with any other protests?
I'm sure there could be stuff on West Florissant in the area. You know, from back in August, it's become quite a famous area. Possibly the Clayton area as well. That might not be till tomorrow, though. You know, a lot of these people are going to go back and... Oh, hold on.
What are they saying right now?
The police just came over the thing. They said anybody in the road is now part of unlawful assembly. Oh, there's gunshots.
What?
People are shooting. People shooting in the parking lot right now. Everyone's
all right,
running. Well, there's gunshots everywhere.
All right, well, you guys stay low. All right, guys, we've had gunshots reported on Florissant Street right in front of the police headquarters.
Everyone's screaming and running. I heard about 3 or 4 shots.
We are right on the front lines of the info war now. We got Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs. It doesn't look like everybody's scattered. It still looks like there's a big group of people, but we did just see a bunch run.
Yeah, most of the people from the road did. Right after the police officer came over the radio, he told everyone to disperse because it was unlawful assembly. Then you heard the gunshots.
Did it sound like it was a shot coming from the protest area or from the police area?
The parking lot across the road where we've been streaming at the past few days.
Our undercover friends, they still look like they're standing down undercover?
They're staying. Oh, someone just threw a bottle in towards the police area. I just saw that. It just flew over. It just went right over towards the squad car. That was crazy.
But we're getting it live as it happens, folks. We're now 2 hours into this almost, and we still haven't taken a break. We might take a break here in a little bit. We have a couple special reports. Leanne McAdoo did one today talking about what's going on with the drug culture and the gangster rap culture and how they're intertwined with the prison industrial complex and how they're intertwined with big media and how a lot of the media companies are also invested in the prison industrial complex. So they need to get more people into that system. And what's one way to do that is to glorify drug dealing and violence to young kids to get them into that lifestyle, which then, well, puts them into the prison, the gangster rap to prison pipeline, as Rick Ross stated. And she's got a report on that coming up. Interestingly enough, guys, I have on my sheet there a link. I just want to bring this up real quick. There's a channel called, I can't even see the name of it. It's Underground World. It's WSHH. What is that? World? Does anybody know what website that is? World Star Hip Hop. Yeah. They posted our Rick Ross piece that we put together.
Over the fence into the police officer side right now.
All right. Well, it looks like it's kicking off again. Why don't y'all put me back on split screen and go back to Joe. So you're seeing more bottles being thrown at the police?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything break, so more than likely it's just going to be a regular water.
Plastic water bottles? Yeah.
Yeah. But everyone's kind of moving around quickly, trying to find out what's going on.
It's like a tense standoff going on at this point. But we don't see the tanks. We don't see any tear gas at this point, which is good. I think the cops are doing the right thing by showing restraint.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah, well, at least you have gas masks this time.
It looks like a bunch of the police officers are falling back for some reason and going back further. I don't know what's going to happen now. There's still a line being held, but quite a bit just went into the back parking lot area and left. I don't know where they're going. You guys there?
Yeah, well, I'm watching right now in amazement that we're able to, essentially see. We have our eyes on the ground. This is Joe Biggs' Skype feed, which Skype seems to be working really well now. Our Ustream is kind of going in and out. But if you want to go see those feeds live, you can go to Ustream.tv. And he's on Alex Jones Live. Is that correct right now? Is that where Jakari's at?
Roger that. That's where he is.
Okay. And then later on, you're going to be going to Real Alex Jones, Ustream.tv/Real Alex Jones. It's really interesting. I've been watching the feeds, especially when you guys go at the same time. And I'll just turn up the volume on either one and listen and watch what's going on. They've been following these protests since they got there last Friday. So, God, you guys have been there a week and a weekend, and now you're going into the next week. And you guys are doing a great job out there. I know it's been hard. I know it's been cold. But do you think it's been worth it being out there showing people what's going on?
Well, of course. I mean, we all know how the mainstream media flips stuff and, essentially lies about a lot of the things that are going on. So I think a lot of people appreciate the fact that they can get some unbiased coverage on something and just basically let this live feed speak for itself. That way no one's really hammering down an opinion down your throat. You can just watch this live and pretty much come to a conclusion, yourself.
Yeah.
Right now the helicopter spotlighting the crowd. You can see.
Is this the Cop Watch feed we're on right now? Or is this one of ours?
I'm showing the helicopter.
Yeah, we're going to different feeds. I think the guys in the control room are just finding every feed out there, and they keep throwing to them.
This is Aaron Copwatch Ferguson.
Aaron Copwatch Ferguson. Okay.
There was a Copwatch streamer arrested earlier today in Clayton. They targeted him and already just been looking for the guy.
Really?
As soon as they saw him show up, they grabbed him.
Well, and we saw you guys documented one earlier. We have that B-roll from it was 2 days ago, I guess, right in front of the police station there. The guy was standing on the sidewalk, and then all of a sudden he's being arrested, and he was throwing out the name of the news agency he works for.
Yeah, News to Share out of
News to Share. Yeah.
NEWS2 with the number 2 share.
Now, have you seen that guy out there?
I haven't seen him today, but there's way more people out here tonight, versus what there has been the past week and a half. But, yeah, his name was Tyler Yinkst, I believe, and I was actually speaking to his organization until about 3 in the morning after that arrest because we had captured footage of that, so that helped him out a lot to get out of custody.
So they let him out that night?
Yeah, around 2:30, 3 in the morning.
All right, there's another Ustream broadcaster going off. And so why are our Ustream feeds not looking this good? I don't understand. This guy is looking pretty. There's Aaron at Cop Watch.
They might have T-Mobile service, because that is the #1 service here. Our phones have Verizon, I believe. And that's one of the worst coverages here.
So, Joe, are you still back at the police station? I guess we're on your feed right now.
I'm directly in between the police station and the fire department.
Okay.
You can see.
And it looks like there's a standoff, but it doesn't look like anybody's, the protesters are not advancing towards the police. They're staying behind the line.
There's a cluster right there of the SWAT officers, and they are staying in a tight group. They're basically a cube right now. They have the shields in the front, and it looks like if someone tries to bust down the barrier, the metal barrier over here, that they will advance and try to essentially block that area off so protesters can advance on the officers behind that wall.
Now we're at an aerial shot from the Fox Live. The streets don't. I mean, it looks like there's a group under the Season's Greetings sign, and then a group a little farther away. Now that they've declared the area in the street as an unlawful assembly, Joe, do you think they're going to come out with anything to push the people out?
Starting to chant. It says boycott everything, holding a sign that says
boycott everything. Well, you know, part of the problem is everybody's grown up believing in this system, and they've grown up believing that, you know, by buying into the system, you become part of it. And as you can see, the system, you know, doesn't care about its citizens. You know, they're more concerned with foreign wars of aggression. They're more concerned with letting corporations run rimshot over us. They're more concerned with letting Monsanto do what it wants, and vaccine companies injecting our children with stuff and taking industrial waste and putting it in our water. And those are the things that we're fighting for, and that we fight for here at InfoWars. And we're not seeing the system come and aid us in those areas. So it looks like some people are jumping on a car now. It looks like somebody's bad. Is that a police? It looks like, is that a police car?
There's no police cars out here in the.
It's a security car. It looks like some protesters have smashed the front windows. Can you hear that going on?
Yeah, people are screaming and now running forward. Nope, more gunshots. Now people are running again.
Wow, that is just an amazing scene that is unfolding.
They're running right now.
Are they retreating?
Oh, what is going on? I don't know, but everybody's running right now. The cops just ran back. I don't know what's going on, but everybody is running right now, and the cops are hiding behind the car.
Huh.
Oh my God. You can see they've all gotten behind the cars.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, now we're seeing something from CNN. There's a security car that has been, the windshield's headlights have been broken out. We can see a shot of the cops now. They're down, they're in a crouched position.
Get your ass down. Hey, pull your head out of your ass. Fat boy, you better get down. You're a big target, you better get your fat ass down. You're a big target, you better get your fat ass down. You know what that is, don't you? You better get down, fat boy. You better get down, fat boy.
Somebody's yelling at a large man, telling him, you better get down, fat boy. I don't know if you guys can hear that going through. Is that coming off your mic, Joe?
Roger that. He's standing right beside me.
Okay.
Don't go shoot no babies. Don't go shoot no babies, punk. But if you do.
So pan over to this guy. Let me see. I want to see. He seems to be, he seems like an older gentleman.
Pull that trigger. Pull that trigger. We shooting back.
Oh, he's kind of, it sounds like he was daring the cop to pull that trigger. But the cops seem to be standing down. They're not,
they're behind the cars right now.
Yeah. Which, you know, compared to the response they gave last time, which was overt force and even to the point of firing tear gas and rubber bullets at Al Jazeera media, you know, we're not seeing that now. We're seeing them kind of stand down and let these people at least speak their mind. It looks like one car has been damaged, a security car, but so far, and a few gunshots have been heard, but it doesn't look like you don't see anybody, nobody's been calling for an ambulance or anything. Nobody's saying they've been hit. Joe, is that correct?
I haven't heard anything to that nature whatsoever here on the ground.
All right, now can you see Jakari? Are you near him?
He was behind me a second ago, but he tends to venture. Oh, there he is. He's on the right.
Okay.
There he is. Look. Say hello.
Oh, there he is. Sorry if I'm leaning back, guys. I've been sitting up for... Go ahead, Jakari.
Crap. So now I'm just shooting B-roll, so you're going to have to rely on Joe for the live feed.
Yeah.
There's quite a few helicopters still in the area. There's one right here flying over. People in the crowd are screaming out that they're scared. Cops, police officers are running now to the rear. I don't know if there's people coming in from the backside.
What's behind this police station?
100 cop cars.
So it's just a big parking lot back there.
It's a giant parking lot.
I'm sure our viewers can't see, but way on that far side, there's a guy standing up with his hand on his gun.
And this is a handgun you're talking about, not like a...
Yeah, handgun.
Yeah.
He said a handgun. They're pulling up another squad car right now. I don't know what that's going to do.
Just more protection. Something else than hide behind, I imagine.
Yeah, I guess they're pulling up more cars to use as shields. Everything is tense.
Hey, you guys are doing a great job in there going to the different shots. For people watching at home, we're pulling in different sources.
They're moving back. They're pulling up another cop vehicle right now to use as a shield.
Yeah. Looks like they have 3 up there now. Is that correct?
Yeah, roger that. 3 vehicles.
Very tense situation right now. Neither side has made it seems to be an overtly aggressive move. We saw some protesters destroying a car earlier.
NoWorldOrder.com.
Yeah. Yeah, we're live, people. It's 9:07. We've gone 2+ hours into this, and I wouldn't mind going to a 5-minute break and playing a report, but you think you're ready for a quick break to kind of regroup and assess the situation?
Yeah, I'd like to put my hand down for a minute where I'm not holding this and get a drink of water.
Sure. Okay. Why don't you get a drink of water, guys? Tell Jakari in a little bit to try his good Ustream again, see if we can get a bit better signal. And Joe, how's his did he totally cut that stream out and he's on his phone? Is that the way it's working? Not you, Joe Biggs, but Joe.
He's just filming right now. I'm getting B-roll.
Okay. I'd like him to try it back in a little while and see if we can get a better shot. But
yeah, Rob, the Teradek, there's so many cell phone signals out there that are eating up absolutely all of the bandwidth on both of his devices that he has just abandoned them.
I know, I hear you. And then I look at these other amazing views we've gone to from everybody else's Ustreams. They've seemed to have figured out how to do this. But we're learning as we go here. So it's the
phone carrier.
Well, I think we have all the dongles for all the phone carriers. I think we beat that.
Yes, we do. We have for all the phone carriers, but
maybe he just needs a cell tower in his backpack and just walk around.
Maybe that would work.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, let's go to. Hey, Leanne, you want to introduce your piece? Get on a mic. I want you to introduce it here in a second. We'll go to a break after this, and then we'll pick up and see what's going on with Joe and Jakari down on the ground in Ferguson. Right now, it looks like cops are lining up a bunch of cars to form a protective barrier, and the police are massing behind that. From this World Star Hip Hop, is that what it is? World Star Hip Hop. They posted our Rick Ross piece that we put up. It's on the Alex Jones channel now, talking about the CIA drug connection and how that relates to the prison pipeline into the prison industrial complex. Well, it's received nearly 400,000 views, 382,000. On our channel, it's got about 60,000. So it's amazing to see somebody else grab something on another venue And that's how big the web is. You cannot contain the web. If they stop our channel, we can still get the information out there. People can still grab it and send it to their friends and talk about this, and it gets the conversation going. This was a big debate that came out in the late 80s, early 90s about the CIA crack cocaine connection with Gary Webb writing the Dark Alliance series. And it's, we're still talking about it today because no one's ever been held accountable in the CIA for this, for bringing these drugs in. It's always like this. We always see, and now we got Obama, I guess, making a statement. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's satisfied with how this is going to go. This is going to turn into a state-run riot essentially, and the state is fully in charge of how they disseminate the information. The grand jury came to a decision at 1. They waited until 8 o'clock, 8:15 actually, they put it out there, although USA Today and others had put out the story before that. USA Today, as we read, no indictment in Ferguson case, something we predicted here on all fronts. But we're going to go to a break right now and then regroup with our guys out in the field, see what we can find out. Leanne, are you on a microphone? Can you give your report a proper introduction?
Yeah, well, we have the rapper Rick Ross just released his 7th studio album today. And of course, when we had the real Rick Ross in studio here, he was basically explaining how, here we have this rapper who appropriated his name and his image and is basically like putting this lie out there of how he's made so much money selling drugs and it's so amazing to live
his
this gangster
lifestyle. His name's not Rick
lifestyle.
or Ross either. It's not even
none at
close.
all. And he's just made a lot of money off of pretending to be someone else, and he's convincing a lot of young people that they too can become a star if they just get out on the streets and sling drugs. And even though, more people know him now more for talking about how he likes to eat pears, it's helping him with his diet, and he's lost all this weight. And we know he's not out there the neighborhood drug dealer. He's still now, his 7th album is going with this. So basically, I'm going to talk about how that is just a big lie, and it's all part of the media machine. And rap and hip-hop music is used to continue to funnel in young people into the system, because you have media companies. There's just, the 6 big ones are heavily invested in the prison industrial complex. So how are they going to keep funneling money into their prisons so they can keep their business booming? Well, they've got to continue convincing young black males and Hispanic males disproportionately there imprisoned. It's really got to sell that lifestyle to them.
And there's plenty of white people dealing drugs too. This is not, they're all sides are dealing. Everybody's dealing drugs, including the very white CIA.
Yes,
is bringing in a lot of drugs and via black operations in Afghanistan and down in South and Central America. And we're even working with the Mexican gangs and drug dealers there. We're giving them guns.
Hey, Rob, I hate to interrupt you guys, but Joe Biggs has got some important stuff going on right now. If we could go to a shot of him.
Yeah, go to it.
Out here, I can hear the loudspeakers. Yeah, the big vehicles are here now. You can hear them saying stop throwing objects or they're going to start arresting people. They're getting loud.
So just when you thought you could go on a break, it picked up again, right, Joe?
Oh, yeah. They got the vehicles out here. It's back to August again.
You're going to have your arm in a cast by the end of this.
Stop throwing objects at the police immediately, or you will be subject to arrest.
Oh, and you've got a good sound control mic, and that came through perfectly, so that's got to be really loud.
About 200. Oh, I just heard gunshots again. You can hear.
Stop throwing rocks at the police immediately, or you will be subject to arrest.
Have you seen any rocks thrown?
They're throwing stuff at the I Love Ferguson store because apparently that is a Darren Wilson supporter store.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll leave it at that.
They're not going to get much love today.
First, immediately, if you are in the middle of the street, you are unlawfully assembled, you will...
Oh, there's gunshots. More gunshots.
Yeah, I heard that one. And we've got a mic that specially controls the sound. It's not an omnidirectional, although you might want to try to plug in a shotgun mic so you can actually aim it at areas.
They just threw a bottle into this building right in front of me.
Yeah.
Through the window. More gunshots. Oh, they're starting to shoot gas. Oh, everyone's running now.
All right.
Everyone's running.
Get your gas mask ready. My God.
Everybody's running. You can see the tear gas?
Yeah, I can see it there.
Wait a second, I got to put my mask on, all right?
Yeah, go ahead. Just put the phone down if you need to, and you guys can come to a shot of me. Go to somebody else's shot out there. People, it looks like they're throwing the gas back at the cops, or the cops are throwing it into the crowd.
Hey, where the rock is?
Yeah, this was bound to happen. I thought it was gonna. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Showing that with you got the president there talking about real issues, like how about all the immigrants that you've just allowed into our country by keeping our border wide open? How about all the guns you've been giving to the Mexican cartel so they can deal drugs? There's a brave soul just picked up that tear gas canister and threw it back.
Tear gas is here now. It's everywhere. They're shooting all around us.
Joe, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
These masks are awesome. Oh my God, the stuff in front of me is on fire. Everything's on fire.
Get a shot of that. Yeah. You know, this tear gas is flammable. People don't realize that. This is how they killed the people in Waco, pumping tear gas in and then shooting flames inside to burn those people alive. This is a favorite tactic of the government, is to, and they'll probably blame this on the protesters, even though it was done by tear gas.
I'm glad you're able to remain calm right now. Woo!
Well, I'm several hundred miles away. I'm just watching it on TV, Joe. It's pretty surreal watching this.
I'm completely engulfed in tear gas right now. I'd like to thank you guys for purchasing this tear gas
The masks, yeah, those are Israeli gas masks. I think one thing the Israelis do really well is make really good tear gas gas masks in general. So there are a little fires kicked off. Amazing after all this rain, and you still have a fire burning up grass. Is that what that is? Grass out in front right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can hear they're advancing right now. The military vehicles are advancing. It looks like 3 MRAPs.
Well, there's a good aerial shot. Wow.
Here they come.
The dichotomy of the president telling everybody to relax, and
civil rights leaders.
He's going to go play some golf soon.
Law
and
enforcement officials.
I've got my race baiters out there working to help inflame the issues.
Solutions.
We're not worried about real police violence in other areas where it's cut and dry. We're worried about this ambiguous case. Go to your shot. Go to Biggs' shot. You look like you're on another planet now, Biggs.
Yeah, planet hell.
Planet tyranny. Planet police state. Ferguson is now the prison planet. There's the tank right there. Do they know your press? You think they're going to shoot at you?
I think the big InfoWars microphone gives it away.
Good. That's why we gave you the big one. Look at that fire. I mean, it's been raining there for days, and yet a grass fire kicks off from these incendiary devices.
They got shotguns. Hopefully I don't get shot again. They're pointing right over here.
You got your hands up, right?
Yeah.
Now, which way are they going? Are they going back into...
They're going back towards the police station and the fire department. They are assaulting down South Larson in the direction of that. It looks like most people are scattered because they don't have these amazing gas masks.
Yeah. It looks like they're shining the light at you, assessing you right now. Do they know you mean no harm, right? Hope they don't think you started that fire.
No, I wouldn't stand beside it if I did.
You're just trying to get a little warmth. Did those vehicles come from the police station or did they come from down the street? Okay. God, they both got their spotlights on you.
That's okay. They can follow me on Twitter at Rambo Biggs.
There you go. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're trying to figure out what you're wearing. Like, why isn't he running from all this gas? Are they all wearing gas masks?
Oh, yeah, of course. There are hundreds and hundreds of police officers out here.
Right now, Alex would say, go up and talk to the cops, engage in them. Don't do that. I don't think you should go anywhere near them. Don't take a step towards them.
They're getting shot again.
Right. I'm actually anxious to see what Alex is going to think about all this tomorrow. He'll be back live 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central. You're watching, this is the InfoWars Nightly News Extended Edition. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. Have yet to take a break. We played a couple special reports, but we're still going live right now, and now the situation has heated up. Once again, looks like there's a guy standing out in front of the cop cars. Do you see that, Joe?
Oh, no.
Looks like there's a couple people standing right in front of those tanks.
They're shooting rubber bullets. You can hear them.
Yeah. You can still see, yeah, from the aerial shot. Guys, leave this aerial shot on in case they start shooting this guy. I guess they're cutting cameras on the Fox station, so you can only take what they get. But
yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of officers out here right now. Roger that.
What are they telling you to do?
Back up or we're going to get shot?
Yeah. Well, it looks like a group now has moved in front of their, Joe, it looks like about 100 yards away from the tanks where they're at. There is a group of people kneeling on the ground. Are you able to make your way towards them? They're in front of the...
Yeah, that's where we're going right now.
Okay. That looks like there's going to be an intense standoff.
Yeah, but these people are going to be shooting back. I don't want to be in between that standoff.
No, I would say off to the side. You don't want to be, you want to have a car or something in between you. There they are right now. People standing in defiance of the police state. And they look like they are, some of them have little painter masks, but there's a couple of the gas masks. But these people are definitely, you know, it takes courage to stand up to a police state. And there's many ways to do it. And these guys are definitely asserting themselves. They don't look violent at this point.
Everybody's in the road waving the flag, dancing, singing, playing the drums, laughing, taunting, telling the police to go back home.
Yeah. There's a shot of a broken window. So you guys are going to be in for a long, long night, I have a feeling, Joe Biggs.
Yeah. Everyone's screaming, F the police. They are advancing fastly.
The police are advancing?
Both crowds are advancing right now at each other.
All right, yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. Man, this is going to get ugly. Literally, the whole world is watching now. Everybody, anybody in the media industry is now...
They shot a thing right into the crowd. They hit someone's face and went off.
Wow.
Oh, they're throwing the gas back at the police?
Yeah. This is exactly what happened the last time you guys were there in your first trip. This is the same thing is now kicked off. The police showed restraint for about, let's see, about an hour. About an hour and about 10 minutes ago, they started throwing gas into the crowd. Are those rubber bullets?
No, they're shooting tons of gas and flashbangs. Oh!
Keep your head down. Joe, if at any time you feel that it's too dangerous, you know, you do not need to, I do not want you getting in harm's way. Hey, do you know where Jakari is? Do you see him?
Jakari. He's right in front of me.
Okay, good. You guys try to stay together. That's the best thing you could do at this point. Look at that.
No, you're good.
InfoWars gas mask in action, folks. And that's, once again, thanks to your support, we're able to send our reporters out there and see what's going on. You can see people scattering now. We're on a overhead shot from CNN. There is gas everywhere. This looks like a Hollywood production. I don't think this could be scripted any better than.
Brought to you by the Obama.
Look at that. This is some amazing footage.
There's tons of, someone threw a chair or a table, it looks like. The glass is busted out here.
Yeah.
More glass busted out everywhere. This is the Mexican restaurant. The Quiznos is busted out. There's another.
And see, you know, taking this out on small business owners isn't going to change anything. You know, I think when they were directing their protest at the police station, that's where, you know, that's where the issue is. It's not with small business owners. Quiznos isn't necessarily a small business, but it could be franchised out. But a Mexican restaurant, 9 times out of 10, those are small businesses.
People are shooting now. I heard gunshots.
Is it handguns or do you hear rifles?
Sound like a handgun.
Yeah.
Jakari. Hey, Jakari, good?
Once again, our guys are being protected by infidel body armor while being out there. This is a very intense situation right now. The cops have definitely deployed their forces there trying to push the protesters back. But, Joe, there's no dead end to this road, right? It goes on for miles. So this could go on for all night.
Yeah, this could go on for quite some time.
Control room, how are you guys feeling in there? Y'all ready to go to at least 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, we all feel excellent.
Yeah, we're here as long as they're there.
Oh, God. There's a medic walking down the sidewalk asking if we're okay. We're behind the police officers now, walking down South Florissant. I want to check my favorite Italian restaurant and make sure that hasn't been damaged because they have awesome food. They have awesome stuff.
It looks like that's okay. So you're behind the police line now? They let you behind the police line?
Yeah, we're behind it now. We're walking up on the right side of the road. NoWorldOrder.com. Go big, Jakari Jackson. We're doing the stuff that a lot of reporters are too scared to do.
Yeah, it does take courage to go out there, and you know, you haven't seen any action like this in these past 10 days. You've seen a little bit, the cops are arresting some people, but now they finally started deploying tear gas. You saw someone get hit in the face by a gas canister? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I saw it go right at their face. They ran off and screamed. It didn't look like that felt too good.
I'm sure it doesn't. What are they saying over the speakers right now?
It's pointed towards the front. There's cops running over here now.
So you're back over by the police station in the barricade from earlier today?
Yes. I'm walking along the side of the advancement of the police officers.
And at this point, they don't seem to be targeting journalists. Is that correct?
It's still early.
Is there still gas in the air?
It's not a heavy smell right now. I don't feel my ears burning, so I think it's starting to go away.
Yeah.
Let's see if our vehicle's good.
Wow. Joey, is that just on YouTube?
Yes, that's just on YouTube.
All right, so we got over 10,000 people watching us just on YouTube. Our Ustream seem to be down at the moment, and how many are watching? Do we know how many are watching on /show? Is that something? Our audio
We're
guy?
tabulating that right now.
Okay, our CJ. Certainly a tense situation, and Joe, are you guys regrouping, or what are you doing right now?
You guys don't see us?
I can see you, yeah. I mean, are you walking away from the action, or are you walking towards the action? Is what?
What do you think I do? I'm now going in front of the police.
I wouldn't do that.
I know, that's why I'm here.
I've got 3 kids at home, and there's no way I want to be a victim of the New World Order and their police state. Because this is what they think they need. Their object, this is your pressure from above and pressure from below. You get people incited into something, and then you've got the giant...
What democracy's like in the future, imagine a boot on your head.
Yeah, this is what it's going to be. We're only going to see more events like this play out as people start getting fed up. And I guess this is part of a fallout of social media. Social media is able to spread this stuff a lot quicker. People are able to communicate a lot better. There's a shot of Rambo Biggs with his gas mask on, and just info warrior to the fullest. And well, he hasn't even been with us a year yet, have you, Joe? How long have you been with us?
Since April.
April, yeah. So you've seen a lot in a short time.
Oh yeah.
So this is what you were fighting for.
Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the freedoms that you were fighting for in Afghanistan and Iraq that, you know, George Bush tried to eloquently put it. And well, we're deep in the midst of it now. Joe, what do you think? You think we should go to a break for a little bit? You could regroup and catch your breath, get some water?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
And we'll check in with you. Is Jakari still with you?
He's right in front of me.
Okay, good. All right, well, you guys take a quick break. We're going to go to a report from Leanne McAdoo and then go to a quick break from what's going on. Obviously, if anything happens, we'll cut in and start showing you the footage. But I'm your host, Rob Dew. We're now over 2 hours and 32 minutes into our live broadcast. I've been sitting here in the Central Texas Command Center. If you guys get the wide shot, and it is only me in here. There's no teleprompter. There are 3 TVs in front of me, but they just show feeds. We've got the big feed on the wall here from Biggs' camera. As you can see, the cops are still in their full riot gear. We've seen some people, it looks like now people have their gas masks off. But we're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back. And we're going to go to at least 10 o'clock, maybe even longer. We'll see how the situation plays out. But you're watching this, and it's your support that helped put this all together, being the PrisonPlanet.tv members, going to the stores. And I want to remind you, right now, if you're watching this, go to NoWorldOrder.com and sign up for our newsletter. We're going to have 3 specials coming out Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week, which are going to have some amazing deals, stuff we've never put out, some amazing deals with health products, some preparedness products, some informational products, stuff you've already seen, but never at these prices. So you need to go sign up for the InfoWars Insider, and we will put out the days. You'll get a 24-hour advance notice, so you can get in. You know, right now we have the Silver Bullet, which is running low on stock. Once again, we got a bunch in, but as people want to get prepared and get prepared for themselves and not wait for the government to take care of them, you see these items like this, we just can't get them in the door fast enough. So we're going to go to this report from Leanne McAdoo. We were talking about it earlier, and then we jump back into Rambo Biggs getting fired upon with tear gas. We saw that standoff between the protesters and police and the tanks, and we thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Rob Dew, and we'll be right back after this break.
In the past decade, we have witnessed unparalleled scientific discoveries in the area of health. But no one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. DNA Force is one of the most expensive formulas to produce. Some of the ingredients in DNA Force are $12,000 a kilogram. We are using the coveted, patented, only American source of PQQ, CoQ10, and more. You want the best that's out there at the lowest price anywhere? Well, we're bringing you a total win-win. The ultimate value, cutting-edge, trailblazing game changer that also supports the InfoWar. We have produced a limited run of DNA Force, and it will take up to 12 weeks to produce more once we sell out. Secure your DNA Force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA Force from InfoWars Life.
The average
Self-proclaimed hood billionaire Rick Ross dropped his 7th studio album today.
I'm your neighborhood drug dealer. It's your neighborhood drug dealer.
Now, the Rick Ross of 2014 is a little bit more known for his recent weight loss and fondness for pears, yet he still feels that he's got to keep up this image of being the friendly neighborhood drug dealer. Now, why is this? Does he really think that his fans won't appreciate an album about the miracles of a good juice cleanse?
I eat pears now and shit like that. Shout out to all the pear.
Of course not. And that is the hip-hop psyop. How else will the establishment prime the youth for a life that leads to prison without selling them on the gangster lifestyle? The rapper Rick Ross is nothing but a soldier for the New World Order. He is priming the youth for a life in prison, and he's laughing all the way to the bank. Here is what the real Rick Ross has to say to this name-jacking rapper.
To William Roberts, a.k.a. Rick Ross, who's using my name, I'm inviting you in to come with me. Let's fight this culture. Let's fight this penitentiary culture that hip-hop's been spreading. Let's make a difference. But so many of our friends who look up to you and look up to me are out on the streets thinking that they can go out and sell drugs and parlay that into a record career. I don't know if you know that they're not gonna make it, but I know that they're gonna wind up in prison with prison sentences 3 and 4 times what they should be, because this war on drugs is no joke. And I think that that's a false message to be given people who feel hopeless.
And notice they don't indict the people that are fake and claim all that. No, they want them out there like a lanternfish has that light to get the little fish to swim over so they can eat them.
Have you ever thought to yourself, why is this person so popular? Their music sucks. Well, we all know that the music industry is a machine, a giant machine. 90% of what Americans read, watch, and listen to is controlled by just 6 media corporations. Those media companies own and control all of the channels through which an artist becomes popular. They own the networks, the radio stations, the award shows, the movie studios, the magazines, the cable channels. Without any regard to their actual talent, a person can be launched into superstardom overnight. And here's another shocking truth. The people who own all of the media are the same people who own all of the private prisons. The prison industrial complex is a booming industry, and just like any industry that needs a constant supply of raw materials to keep up with demand.
Sorry guys, we're gonna have to cut in. We've got some developing.
He's done some really great legwork.
Full fade down, thank you. Sorry, we're gonna have to cut in here. We've got some developing news here, actions happening. This is Joe Biggs' feed.
Can Joe hear us?
This is Joseph.
Joe, we heard you said they were bringing dogs out. Have you seen dogs?
Now I can. Yes, there's dogs out here.
Wow.
Are they attacking people with the dogs?
There's probably like 800 officers out here. The wind is starting to pick up, so this window is busted out at the fire department.
Yeah. So you're standing in front of the fire department now. Okay. Where are more of the protesters at? Are they left the area?
They're across the street over here, off the road over here.
Yeah, keep your mic in front of you. I know it's hard to do.
They're straight ahead, over this way.
Yeah. So the protest, they've effectively scattered the protest. There was a shot, I think that was Jake Tapper. I'm joined now with David Knight. David, you've analyzed what the prosecutor, what's his, Robert? McCullough, yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the announcement, and, you know, one of the things that he said, which is something that we hear over and over again, don't listen to anybody but us, essentially.
Oh, right.
You know, what he said was social media has gotten into this process, and he goes, they, quote, breed suspicion of those who are already disrespectful of the system.
Oh.
That's exactly the problem, and that is the problem with this hearing, this procedure, the way that this prosecutor, Robert McCullough, proceeded. What he did was he held an extended grand jury, which is unprecedented, to go for 3 months, a little bit over 3 months. Typically, it's a pro forma process. They don't need a whole lot of information there, and usually they would have a public trial, a real trial, not something that's going to be done secretly, hidden from the public, and that's really the issue. You know, don't listen to anybody else. Social media is a problem.
Right.
Oh, someone's shooting at us. Oh.
No, something is going on.
Yeah, I just heard Joe say somebody's shooting at him.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
David, you're going to be on camera 4 over here.
Yeah, the problem is that he's talking about the process. He talked a great deal, Rob, about the process, how they had presented evidence, but then it brings up the question, if this is a prosecutor who is basically not interested in prosecuting, what is the quality of evidence that's being introduced? Is it evidence that would withstand scrutiny in an adversarial relationship? But this is a prosecutor who, again, doesn't want an indictment. Are they getting the truth? Are they getting the whole truth? Are they getting nothing but the truth? And we don't know what evidence they've been given because it is a secret process. It's the foxes guarding the hen house.
And what we have people doing now, what we're seeing is people destroying property. This is only going to raise property taxes.
Oh, yeah.
People, the business owners there, the residents there, the people who live in that area.
And it hardens people who are predisposed to one side or the other.
Right.
Basically, what they're doing is they're pitting black against white. They're pitting businesses against these people here. The businesses are going to say, we need more police protection. We need to double down on this. Look, these guys are rascals. They have...
Boy, it looked like there was somebody there about to light something. Maybe that was a photographer messing with his camera.
Yeah.
As Paul Joseph Watson pointed out in his report, they have scrupulously avoided the clear-cut cases of excessive police abuse. It was only 2 months ago that they did not return an indictment on officers who were shown on store footage in Walmart shooting down a man with a toy BB gun in one hand that he was going to buy from Walmart and a phone in the other. No indictment in that case. That is an outrage. That's what people should be outraged about. More than this, there are some ambiguities certainly in this case, and I'm not saying that Officer Wilson was not innocent. The way they played this thing out, however, was, I believe, calculated to get this kind of result. It's in their interest to pit different groups against each other. It was in their interest to do this and stretch it out before the election. It didn't work then, but it looks like it's working now.
Yeah, you rile a lot of people up, and then you come in with the giant police state, and people go, oh, this is what we need. Because look, now they stopped it.
Yeah.
But this is only going to continue. And then there's never a real examination as, do we need this many police officers? Do we need this much police force? Why are we training cops on a shoot-first mentality, on an empty-the-clip mentality? You've done.
And let's say that, yeah, this shoot-first
to kill.
Absolutely, the shoot-first mentality is not something that we're coming up with. That's what a police instructor at the New Mexico Police Academy said. He said in this new curriculum that they were putting in earlier this year, he said, this is a shoot-first curriculum. I will not teach it. They said, fine, go. And of course, in New Mexico, that's one of the places where it's the most egregious, especially Albuquerque. The police force has a higher per capita number of shootings than anywhere else in the country by a large margin, higher than New York City, anywhere. And of course, in that area, they just, even though they're supposedly under investigation by the federal government, we know the federal government's the ones that are pushing this kind of rules of engagement. Supposedly they're investigating them. At the same time, they've just came up with a new curriculum that they're going to offer to the Albuquerque Police Department called Killology. How to survive before, after, and during.
That sounds loving.
Exactly. Yeah. And talking about how encouraging officers to see themselves perpetually in a war zone. And this is what we're seeing right here. They train for this. This is what they're going to move to.
And we're the terrorists. We're the insurgents. We're the people that they need to be afraid of. You guys are doing some editing magic in there. Are we back on, is this Joe's feed on the on Skype? Okay. Have we been able to get Jakari's feedback?
No, I heard the police saying they're looting.
No, his is
We still haven't gotten Jakari's feedback up.
Okay.
We're trying to get the phone to turn on.
Yeah. But yeah, I know you're under fire. I know you guys are under duress right now, and it's not the easiest situation. But you guys are doing a great job, and we appreciate you being out there. I know you guys got a lot of fans throughout the country, throughout the world now, who are watching this stuff and learning as you go. You know, you guys even talked about earlier, nobody put out this report. We were the only ones to do this report. Army Special Forces in Ferguson for verdict, and we put out the video. It was called Secret Army Guards Missouri Courthouse. Nobody was putting this stuff out. I mean, nobody wants. You won't get this from the mainstream media. You know, they would run cover for any group like this, going, "Oh, don't pay attention to them. There's no contractors in the area. Why would we have contractors?" You know, but we're a group that puts this information out, and we'll gladly put it out because people need to know. People need to know that every once in a while, cops do go out there and provocateur stuff like this.
But of course, as we hear from the prosecutor, they were the only ones who had the facts. They were the only ones who had the evidence. Anybody in social media is essentially dangerous because they're feeding a narrative out there that causes people to distrust the police. The procedures that they did, doing this in secret, is what's causing people to distrust the police. Changing their story constantly is causing people to distrust them.
Right here where the fire department is, you can see that there's been damage to the building. People are running up the road away from the police now, but people have started mobilizing, getting in their cars and moving to different areas. That's why you can hear the police officers saying that there's buildings being broken into and things like that. So we're just keeping an eye on what's going on right now and bringing you guys updates as they happen. Once again, I'm Joe Biggs with NoWorldOrder.com.
I think Joe just filed a report. I think Joe is just filing a report. There you go.
Hey, Joe, what happened with those people that got down in front of the police, Tiananmen Square style? What happened to that? Could you see?
To who now?
There were some people that were kneeling down in front of the police vehicles, kind of Tiananmen Square style.
Scattered. If you can see right up here, there's another large fire back here.
Is that on the car? Or is that a different place?
Where I was at earlier,
yeah.
There's another fire over that way right now, and it's much bigger. Hopefully it's not a building. They just started screaming at...
I just heard a firecracker or a gunshot.
Okay, don't let us get behind your armored vehicles. That's a good idea, guy. Point your sniper rifle at somebody.
I just saw the cop shoot something out into those buildings.
Bottles back. It's about to get nasty again.
Yeah.
And it sucks right now too because they're shooting gas, but the wind from time to time gusts right in our direction.
Yeah. And you know, the first couple fires that were started, they were definitely started by that tear gas. And exactly. So who knows? Maybe this car was started by that. The buildings, when they shoot them inside a building to get rid of somebody, you know, a fire could start.
But there are so many cops out here. I mean, it is mind-blowing. I've never seen this many. This far surpasses August.
Yeah. Well, they've been gearing up for a long time for this.
They yell at anybody who approaches them.
I think it was Saturday Night Live that came on and said, well, we're all awaiting the verdict in Ferguson, but spoiler alert, there's 1,000 cops here.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a foregone conclusion with the military buildup, what they were going to do. They very well knew it.
And 100 FBI agents have been sent here as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I can't remember how many National Guard they said they were sending. You guys recall?
No. I think I heard hundreds of National Guard vehicles and that the National Guard was being activated. Well, it looks like there's a shot from what? Is that Times Square now, it looks like?
What's going on there?
It looks like people are massing in different areas. If you guys in the control room, if somebody wants to get on the mic and kind of explain, it looks like they're showing somebody with a cut on their head. Probably somebody got hit with a bottle or some other object. But that looks like New York City in Times Square.
Hey, Rob, this is Nico. Leanne was here earlier, and she mentioned that she was getting a lot of tweets from people saying that people were massing in Chicago and New York and other major cities around the country.
Oh, I see Leanne back there now. She doesn't want to get on camera. In New York? She's done for the night.
Negative. If we're still going, she's still going. Nobody gets rest.
Well, all I can say is I wish this was one of the clear-cut cases that people were rallying behind.
What's that, David?
I said I wish this was one of the clear-cut cases. For example, the one in the Walmart in Ohio. That fellow's name was John Crawford, a 22-year-old father who was not engaged in anything criminal. And, of course, we had someone killed just this weekend in a stairwell in a project in New York. And the police commissioner has already come out, said he was not carrying a weapon. He was not doing anything illegal. They just shot him in the chest and did not even call an ambulance.
I don't know why we can't get people to scream for 100 days in front of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
That, you know, that's something that is tearing us apart. And it's bigger than any police shooting event. It's bigger because all these police are being controlled from above.
Yeah.
They're being trained into this. They're picking out police officers. But the standards that they pick police now have fallen to historic lows. And so instead of looking at that and going, you know, these are the people printing the money, literally printing the money that the tax-free foundations are taking and doing what they want with. And well, that's guide policy. No, we're worried about this one small incident. And well, that's a very they've got to connect a lot of dots in order to see that. So I can understand that they look at something like this. This has a visceral reaction on people when they see people gunned down, left on the street to bleed out. I think that's a big part of this, that he was left there in the street for 4.5 hours. Guilty or innocent, that's the wrong thing.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the other part of it. I mean, I don't think it was a first-degree murder. But I don't think it was also something where he should have gotten off scot-free. And let's understand that the officers who shot this fellow John Crawford in Ohio, in the Ohio Walmart, those guys, nothing happened to them. They're still on the police force. They're still armed.
Yeah.
And they've seen that they could get away with that.
They're letting vehicles drive up this way.
Really? They're letting vehicles pass into the area?
Yeah, they don't have the road blocked off anymore. That's crazy. I just now had a chance to actually take my eyes away from the main action and look back here. They have removed the police cars from blocking this road off, and essentially vehicles, if someone wanted to get in here and just drive straight into here and do something, I mean, it's a free-for-all. I mean, they could do whatever they want. The road's wide open.
Have you seen them go after any of the press at all, or are they pretty much left the press alone?
No, they've all been good. The lieutenant that's in charge walked up to me and shook my hand a minute ago when I was walking by in the chaos.
Yeah.
And patted me on the shoulder, and, you know, I mean, it seems like they're being a lot more lenient, but right now their nerves are high. They're not allowing us to get within, a couple hundred feet of them right now. They start yelling at us, so we're doing what we can to stay back. But you can hear a lot of glass breaking off in the distance as you see vehicles are starting to pull out and try to get out of this area, because essentially, I mean, this is turned into a war zone. There's a lot of ritzy houses up the hill up here. And who knows if people are going to start breaking into stuff and bashing windows in, even in homes, while people who don't even want to protest or be outside are sitting in there just watching TV. And, that's got to be crazy to be sitting there watching CNN or Fox and then knowing that's just right outside your door.
Yeah, you hear the siren outside your door, the call to disperse, and then you hear, the tear gas and the gunshots. But, there has been it was a 300% increase. Now it's a 700% increase in gun sales in that area. So people were heeding the message to protect themselves, that the government wasn't going to protect them. The government's not going to protect your business either. You notice the only two things they care about are the firehouse and this police station.
That's right.
They don't care about anything else.
And that's what we saw happen in the L.A. riots after Rodney King.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
A cameraman is somehow, it looks like a cameraman has gotten up on this building across the street over here. You see?
Yeah.
He's filming from up there. That's got to be one killer shot. Maybe I can get up on the roof. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can scale this building.
I was able to do that in Pittsburgh. I went around to the back of the building, and actually the owner of the building came up and said, "Hey, who are you guys?" And we're like, "Well, we're just coming up here to get a shot." And he gave us business cards and said, "I'd love to see your footage." He didn't care one way or the other that we were up there. It was pretty interesting.
Well, and of course, during the Rodney King riots, people taking it out on innocent people who were just passing
the Korean
through.
Business owners.
Exactly. The Korean business owners protected themselves. And it was interesting that at that time, Daryl Gates, who was the police commissioner in Los Angeles, he's the one who really pioneered SWAT teams.
Yeah.
He created SWAT teams. What did they do with the SWAT teams during the Rodney King riots? They circled their facilities, the police station, City Hall. They did nothing to protect the people. And we were told earlier last week, we saw cops saying get guns and protect yourself.
So that's a mobile store? Looks like it's been cleaned out. There's nothing in.
Mobile has been completely, and Jakari is deciding to walk in there.
Wow. So
be careful.
Yeah, be careful about that.
Yeah,
they mistake you for a looter.
They are.
No one bothered Salon Ambience. I guess those people got a pass. Subway has gotten a pass.
People got to eat.
Everyone likes to eat fresh.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't want any of that.
Eat their fresh gluten bread.
They would take a pass on Subway.
I got bad word. The Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. There's no broken windows here, and nothing else down here. So it looks like the people who got hit were the Boost Mobile thus far.
You didn't buy your dongles from them, did you? Hey, these people are mad their dongles didn't work.
Obama phone.
Yeah.
They're getting their Obama phones.
Place. It says we all need your prayers. Well, some of these people need windows now.
Wow, now they're showing Ferguson Market and Liquor. I can't tell if people are. It looks like people are coming out with items. Yeah, it looks like the looting is beginning over there on.
They're hitting the liquor store right now. Ferguson. Yeah. So that's about a 4 to 5 minute drive. I don't foresee us getting in a vehicle and being able to get out of here at this time. But I'm gonna try to get on this roof.
Yeah.
So we can get some really awesome footage.
See if you can survey it. Maybe Jakari can get a good Ustream signal up there.
Looks like Black Friday started early.
Yeah.
People getting 5-finger discounts
there. I got so many pants on, I can barely move my leg.
There, you know, Joe, they make these things called thermal underwear that you wear underneath your pants.
Can you guys see that? Hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta put the phone away for a second.
Yeah, climb up. It looks like you're almost up there.
Oh, I pulled a hammy. God, I hope this roof doesn't collapse. All right, I'm on top of a building.
Well, we're seeing Fox Live is showing a bunch of cops, and it doesn't look like anybody's stopping the looting. They're just don't want people on the streets. Yeah.
Important thing, yeah. Get off the street, go into the businesses.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see black smoke rising up over there.
Yeah.
Is Jakari still with you?
Yeah, Jakari's behind me right now.
Okay.
We're across the street from the fire department and the police station.
So those fires are behind the police line, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, they are now. It looks like either a car's on fire, but it's got to be a car with that kind of smoke.
It's not your car, is it? You're not over that way.
I don't want to confirm nor deny which direction my car is.
All right.
But
yeah, there's
say that we're safe.
Okay.
We see a feed, Joe, from Fox News. It's a car that's burning. I can't tell. Can you tell if that's a civilian car?
Not yet. The first one
of the militarized cars.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
It is a police car?
They got me saying civilian as well because they're acting like it's a war zone.
It said police on it. It was definitely
a police car.
Yeah.
The MRAPs are starting to reverse.
Yeah, they're turning around and going towards...
This place is burning out. Woo.
And, you know, people said they weren't going to riot in the Ferguson area. They were, if the rioting was going to take place, they had targeted areas. Joe, how are you monitoring other areas? Are you getting tweets? Are you monitoring police scanners? Or how are you doing?
I'm holding the Skype with one hand and the microphone with another, so I haven't looked at my phone since we started this.
Okay.
Other than about 5 minutes before the whether or not he was. Whoa! Looks like the car just hit the gas can. The tank just exploded.
Aim back. Oh yeah. Wow.
They're way bigger now. You can.
Wow.
That's a police car, they said.
Yeah.
Wow, this is crazy. I can't believe this is America.
We're watching this live, and you know, we're approaching 10 o'clock. I guess we should keep going, huh? I mean, it looks like it's now just
burning.
Tyranny doesn't sleep, and neither shall we.
Oh, they waited so long. They drew this out when they could have released this information when they had some daylight, and I think they like the sparklers that rain off of those tear gas canisters. So
yeah,
they weren't gonna
focus.
Well, there's a lot of steps along the way we can look at, and we saw it at the time it was happening. We knew that they were not doing things with all their cards on the table. They were taking a very long time to do everything. They wanted this to happen.
But the problem is social media.
That's right.
The problem isn't the way they held their secret tribunal.
Yeah.
The problem isn't the way all these police forces have been armored up from the Pentagon. That's not.
Well, we always see government investigating itself. We see them doing it in secret.
Yeah.
We see them exonerating themselves. Surprise, surprise. That's a familiar pattern we see over and over again.
Mobilize, and we're going to see if we can hit up West Florissant Avenue.
Yeah.
There's a lot of looting's going on. So we're going to scale back down from this building.
Okay.
And see what else is going on as well. Do you want us to stay connected while we drive? Or can I disconnect for about 5 minutes?
Yeah, disconnect. David seems chomping at the bit, and so I'm going to let him roll with this for a little bit. We've got a report we can go to that Biggs filed. We didn't finish the Leanne McAdoo report. Did she post it yet on the Alex Jones channel?
All right, guys. We'll be calling you back in 5 minutes, all right?
Got it, Biggs. Okay. We'll be waiting for you.
She put it up.
Okay, what's the name of that so people can go see it if they want to watch the whole thing?
Leanne.
Well, go to the Alex Jones channel. Pull that up. And I definitely want to go to the report about the secret army that is there being mounted. It just shows, it's just another example of all the different types of secret things that are going on with our government. Not just, you know, hey, we're going to have the National Guard out here. Hey, we're having 100 FBI agents. Hey, Homeland Security's coming in. Oh, we also have these contractors that have nothing on them. So you don't even know who they are.
That's right.
You don't even know what branch of the government they're representing.
They're probably from the Asymmetric Warfare Center.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they had North Carolina plates.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you guys, you and Biggs went to, what fort was that? Fort A.P. Hill?
Fort A.P. Hill. That was in Virginia. Of course, there's a Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. That's a Marine camp. The one in Camp Lejeune is really more of a scenario in a rural setting, whereas the one that's in A.P. Hill was really more of an urban setting. They had an underground subway. They had a fire department, police department. They had a school, a mosque, a church. They had a lot of different things that you would find in a city, whereas the one that's down in Camp Lejeune is really more of a suburbs and country area with farms and that sort of thing. So they're planning for everything, everywhere.
Every contingency.
Exactly.
And they really don't like the people out in the rural areas because those are the people that know how to hunt, that have firearms, that can survive. They've stocked up. They have chickens. They have ways to sustain themselves. They don't need to depend on the government to bring them food or meals. I remember when Hurricane Rita hit the other part of Louisiana. First it was Katrina, then at the end of the summer it was Rita. They had a local church came down, and they had other churches come down. They were feeding people, but also at the Walmart they had the National Guard who was passing out MREs and ice. And you got way better food at the church than you did. And this is the Baptist church, and they had some groups come down from Tennessee. And the people were helping out way better, way more efficiently than the Army groups. The Army groups had longer lines. You had, you know, you just weren't getting the type of service you were seeing from the church groups there. So
exactly. My son did a report once comparing two different emergency events in North Carolina and the different ways that the government reacted to it. In one of them, it was a hurricane, and FEMA came in and essentially shut everybody out of their homes, wouldn't let anybody get back to their homes if they weren't on the islands or areas. Okay, it was a total disaster. Nobody could get relief. Nobody could get back to their homes to see what was going on with it. They shut everything down like a police state. In the other situation, you had a tornado come through and demolish a small town. In that situation, the federal government did not get involved. It was local police and state police who came in. What they did was what you would expect for the police to do. That is, they came into the areas where there were power lines down. They kept people away from those areas so nobody got hurt.
Right.
Other than that, they stayed out of it. They allowed, and you had private companies shipping food in. The distribution centers were the churches. They used the churches as distribution centers. Volunteer businesses sent in food, and the police got out of the way, other than keeping people from getting electrocuted or harmed. That's the way that it should work. That's the way that it does work when you've got people who live in the area who are not trying to take control of everybody else.
You know, vested in keeping people safe. They're like, if I screw up, people are going to either A, vote me out of office or run me out of town.
Exactly.
You know, when the federal government comes in, they don't have those same restrictions. They don't.
They create a gigantic bottleneck because everything has to flow through them. They are the center of the universe. They shut everybody down with a police state, and then all the supplies have to be channeled through this one central location.
Right.
Centralization doesn't work. It doesn't work whether you're talking about a business or you're talking about any kind of societal thing, and it certainly doesn't work with emergency relief. And that was a great example of it that we saw right there on the coast of North Carolina and then further inland when we had that tornado come through.
Yeah, totally amazing. And that's interesting how that works out. When people care about where they live, they don't want to, you know, crap in their backyard.
Yes, exactly.
They don't want to.
They know their neighbors.
Yeah.
And they're not from outside the area, and they're not on a power trip. That's the key. The people from FEMA, the people that are from outside the area, they're on a power trip. They know better than everybody else. Everything has to come through them, bow down to them, and they just create a bottleneck.
Hey, control room, are we getting any tweets or anything from anybody? Anybody have any questions of what's going on? What's the social media looking like at this point?
My social media person walked out of the room for just break. So somebody come hop on Twitter. Our young Travis here. He's our emissary to the youth of today. So he's good on the social media.
And for those of you who don't know, that's Travis Knight, who is David's son. He was with us when about a year ago.
Yeah.
Today we were in Dallas.
Yeah.
And you were broadcasting live.
Yeah, from here, and you guys were getting.
Yeah.
You know, the police were coming after you guys then. It seems like
another rainy day. It was cold.
Yeah, right.
Sort of like the same conditions they're having in Ferguson. What's that? Yeah. Are you guys talking, or is that just a?
I was just saying, apparently a Family Dollar, a BP gas station, and Walgreens have been looted, and police been attacked with bricks and bottles.
Wow. And where's that coming from?
Twitter.
Also, the
all-seeing
St.
Twitter
Louis
eye.
PD is saying they are not shooting tear gas.
Oh,
it
there
is
you go.
smoke.
Oh, it's just smoke.
There you go.
And the protests are growing across the country now. In L.A., they're actually starting to become violent in L.A. and New York, so we need to start focusing on that.
It's amazing how this has touched a nerve all over, and it's not one of these, you know, it's one of these ambiguous cases that they're able to blow out of proportion, talk about it in the media over and over again, endless amounts of speculation.
Well, the thing is, Rob, we cover this here all the
Throw it
time.
up.
Every week it's another one of these cases. Every couple days it's another one of these cases. Just this weekend, as you point out, you had a 12-year-old boy died after being shot. He had a BB gun.
Holding a BB gun in a playground.
Exactly. And then we have that amazing case in New York City of the man who was killed. His last name was Gurley, as he was just walking with his girlfriend up the staircase. We see this happening over and over again. There is never, and see, this is the thing. You can argue about the details of this case here in Ferguson with Officer Darren Wilson, but the thing is that there is never an officer that is indicted for these. They're always given a pass. The problem is the system is corrupt. Everybody knows it. That's why there's anger across the country, because this is not the Ferguson Police Department alone. This is across the country. People are fed up with it because there is never any justice done.
And you had a caller call in today and said, if a cop does this, they should be held to an even higher standard.
Absolutely, because they're doing it under color of law.
Because they're trained to work in these situations.
They've been trained to work.
They're supposed to be professionals.
That's right.
And why is it so hard to ask, you know, yeah, so the rest of the world's going to hell in a handbasket. Why can't we hold ourselves to a higher standard? Why do we have to let ourselves go down to the standard of, you know, third world countries?
This is not predominantly and solely a black problem either. Look at how many homeless people have been shot down in the streets. We had the guy famously shot down in the hills just outside of Albuquerque. But then there was that case in, I think it was Michigan, where you had 8 officers shoot a homeless man from a distance 49 times, essentially emptying their guns, all of them, setting up a firing squad. You had Kelly Thomas beaten to death over a very long period of time by the police. They all got away with it.
Yeah.
His dad was a police officer. He was outraged at the way they closed ranks behind that. What is going on? What do we do about that? That's the anger. That's the fundamental problem. And it is not something that is just one socioeconomic group, one race. It is a pervasive problem across this country. That's why people are getting angry about this. Something needs to be done. I hate to see people just striking out blindly, throwing bricks and rocks and burning buildings, but there is a lot of anger because nothing is being done, no justice.
Yeah, it's literally getting me hot, and I don't know if we could let some of this Ferguson air in here right now. If someone could come check the temperature and maybe drop it down a few degrees. Maybe it's just all the watching the fires on TV and this police state go out of control, but it really is something else. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to go? We got this report that Joe Biggs filed earlier in the week about the secret army guarding the Missouri courthouse. We can go to that one.
Sure, it's up to you.
And maybe take a break, and then we'll connect with the guys and see what's going on. And I guess we'll go for another hour till 11, and then the guys are going to be on Ustream, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Tirelessly doing this. I'm your host, Rob Dew. We're now 3 hours in live. We took, I guess, half a break.
Yeah.
I was literally getting water, literally, for all you out there keeping track of how many times we say literally. And they said, we got to cut in. They're bringing in dogs. There's more smoke. There's fire everywhere. It's happening. And so we don't get a break around here. Just
welcome, my friend, to the show that never ends.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. We'll keep going. How many people do we have on YouTube right now? Has anybody got a number? We'll share that before we go to this report. And Marcos, I would like to go to the report. Secret Army guards Missouri courthouse. All right. Any count on YouTube? And they're joining us live on YouTube.
Yeah, Rob, this is Nico. We've got 8,974 people watching on YouTube right now.
That is amazing. Did the TVs just die? I think we got to reboot the TVs, too.
We're on a black.
We've outlasted the TVs because they go about 30 minutes or 3 hours, and then they need a little cool down period. There it is, 8,900 people. And, there's some... I guess the Vines are going to be happening and the Twitters. We're going to do a little investigating to see where we can find the other hot pockets of stuff going on. We're going to have Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson joining you once again. And but we are going to take another short break. We've been going for over 3 hours and barely got into one report, couldn't even finish it. And but once again, you can go to Alex Jones' channel on YouTube and find all those reports that we've been filing in the past. Currently, it's chaos going down in Ferguson right now, but this is state managed from the top. Don't forget it. And we'll be right back after this quick break.
I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com in Clayton, Missouri. Now, Jakari Jackson and I were just filing a report about how they've been building up defenses, so to say, around the Justice Center, the police department here in the downtown Clayton area. They've pushed barricades back to where you can't get close to the Justice Center. They blocked off the main parking lot area right in front of it. They had police cars blocking the entrances. They had orange cones. They had tape up, and they also had some of the metal barricades as well. Well, we noticed a group of guys standing out there in the parking lot, and I found it quite odd. There were guys in khaki pants wearing the American flag patches. They had the black and white checkered scarves around their neck, like you would see a lot of Iraqi local nationals, Afghani local nationals as wear, a traditional headwear that you would see overseas, and that's something a lot of spec op guys wear as well. I watched the men approach their vehicle after their meeting, and a lot of guys got in the back of the Suburban and inside. They packed up, but when the trunk went down, I saw they had North Carolina plates. Well, in North Carolina, we have Fort Bragg, which is home of the Special Forces, and also Delta Force. These guys look like spec op guys, Delta Force guys. I mean, very built. They all had the beards. They had the American flag. They had the earpieces in. They were all looking around, very suspicious of all the activity in the area. I know everybody remembers the Waco incident that happened back in the 1990s, and these guys resemble a lot of what that is. These guys pulled out. They left in a 3-vehicle convoy. So it's very odd. You know, we know what happened with the Boston bombing, so this is suspicious. You know, just yesterday they're talking about arresting a couple of the new Black Panther Party members of a suspected pipe bombing plot. So tensions are high in this area, and it's something we've got to keep an eye on out here. People on the ground, if you live in this area, just be aware of your surroundings. Watch the people you see. See if anyone's really staring at you or taking photographs. Just be aware of everything that's going on, because I don't know what's going to happen. Everyone out here seems to be preparing for all-out war. The National Guard's coming in mass numbers. The FBI has sent out another 100 agents, so it is crazy right now. Continue watching our reports at Infowars.com, Real Alex Jones YouTube, and the Alex Jones Twitter. Once again, I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com.
In the past decade, we have witnessed unparalleled scientific discoveries in the area of health. But but no one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. DNA Force is one of the most expensive formulas to produce. Some of the ingredients in DNA Force are $12,000 a kilogram. We are using the coveted, patented, only American source of PQQ, CoQ10, and more. You want the best that's out there at the lowest price anywhere? Well, we're bringing you a total win-win. The ultimate value, cutting-edge, trailblazing game changer that also supports the InfoWar. We have produced a limited run of DNA Force, and it will take up to 12 weeks to produce more once we sell out. Secure your DNA Force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA Force from InfoWars Life. In the past decade, we have witnessed unparalleled scientific discoveries in the area of health. But no one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. DNA Force is one of the most expensive formulas to produce. Some of the ingredients in DNA Force are $12,000 a kilogram. We are using the coveted, patented, only American source of PQQ, CoQ10, and more. You want the best that's out there at the lowest price anywhere? Well, we're bringing you a total win-win. The ultimate value, cutting-edge, trailblazing game changer that also supports the InfoWar. We have produced a limited run of DNA Force, and it will take up to 12 weeks to produce more once we sell out. Secure your DNA Force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA Force from InfoWars Life.
The average person's life is filled with unexpected challenges. Unlock the energy it takes to defeat these daily beasts with super male or super female vitality, specifically designed to assist the body in regulating proper hormone balance to create superior vitality in males and females. Supercharge and conquer your world at InfoWarsLife.com or call 1-888-253-3139.
For all of recorded history, civilizations around
Florissant Avenue. I'm right beside the McDonald's from back in August, and this is the building directly beside it. The entire building is burning down. Smoke is shooting from the top of the roof everywhere through here. There's a number of firefighters right here stacked up. They've sent some people in. They're in there currently trying to get this fire extinguished. It doesn't look like it is. It's spread all the way throughout the whole building. There's smoke coming out of the top everywhere. At any second, one of these doors could blow off. Who knows what's in this building, if they have any oxygen tanks, any kind of explosive stuff. There's a guy with a chainsaw now. He is sawing his way into the building, trying to get in here. You can hear people. I don't know if there's anybody stuck inside or not, but this is intense stuff right here.
Amazing footage, Joe. Can you tell what kind of building that is?
Jakari's up front if you guys want to cut to him.
Wow.
But this is where the firefighters are.
There's firefighters cutting through the building right now. Is that Jakari in front of you there?
No, this is Antonio French, I believe. The alderman here.
He's the owner of the building?
No, alderman.
Alderman, okay.
You know, what building is this? Do you know?
Sam's Meat Market.
Leanne said it's Sam's Meat Market.
No, that's further down.
Oh, okay.
Someone said they thought it was Sam's Meat Market. It's way further. Yeah, it's Beauty Town. It's the 911 salon or Metro PCS.
So what you're watching right now is a live feed from our reporters in Ferguson. We see there's a fire that is going out of control in that building. We just saw some firemen that were breaking down the door, cutting their way into that building, trying to get to the fire. Go ahead, Joe.
They were using the chainsaw to cut it open. The smoke is just billowing out. I mean, it is so thick. This whole town looks like a complete and total war zone. I mean, it's like pure madness, chaos. Look at the McDonald's here. They have completely trashed and broken every single thing.
Wow.
You know, everyone promised and said there would be no looting out here whatsoever, that the people were tired of this, and this is not what you're seeing at all. The entire town it's been demolished to rubble. I mean, this is just sad.
Well, I think you have two different groups of people. You've got people who probably have been out there day after day after day protesting, hoping that that's going to change the government, change the way the police deal with people. And then you've got a whole nother group of people who probably weren't involved in those protests. They were just waiting for their moment of opportunity to go looting and to smash and break things. It's probably two different groups of people.
Here is the, oh my God, that smoke is horrible. Here is the liquor store. I'm going to walk up to it. It looks like it has been, there's a bunch of police that have shown up over here in the parking lot. They have busted.
Make sure you have your gas mask on, because some of that stuff coming out of those fires could be more toxic than what the police were shooting at you.
All right, yeah, I will.
We just, there was a feed up, an article link off of Drudge, Joe. You thought you might be interested. The CNN crew and Cuomo got gassed. You can watch them crying. They're telling people that they're not shooting tear gas, but certainly the CNN crew got tear gas. There's evidence of that video footage.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that finally caught up to them, because last time they wanted to say there was nothing out here.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm putting my mask on. I'm going to walk by this cloud of smoke and see what I can find further down the road.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, keep that gas mask on, because the stuff that's coming out of those, you don't know what's burning and coming at you. It could be very toxic gas.
It's a huge cloud of smoke. That's why we got this tear gas mask on. That's not tear gas. That's smoke.
Yeah, I know, but Jakari, you might...
they're all saying that the smoke coming out of there is going to be worse, because the more...
You don't know what's going to be coming in terms of toxic fumes, so you ought to keep your gas mask on.
All right, we're going to walk by in front and see what's going on.
All right, get those masks on. Tell Jakari to get his mask on.
Yeah, we got him on.
All right, cool.
This is intense, man. What is this world coming to?
Well, you know, Joe, when we walked through Fort AP Hill, didn't you feel like it was going to come to this?
Yeah, it was scary. I just can't believe it's here.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's sad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just a complete and total collapse.
Mm. Wow. It's amazing footage you're getting there. Again, this is our reporters, Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson in Ferguson. This is outbreaks of a lot of fires. Most of the smoke that you're seeing here now is from burning buildings. It's going rampant from building to building. Our reporters are walking through the area. They have their gas masks on, because there's no telling what is in this smoke as these buildings are burning. We don't know what kind of substances they'd be exposed to. And of course, the firemen wear gas masks for that precise reason. Wow.
I just walked up and talked to a firefighter. I said, be safe, and he just kind of looked at me like I was a a-hole.
Yeah. They don't see themselves as part of the community, I guess, at this point.
There's more firefighters have shown up to help extinguish this fire. This building is completely... It's tomorrow is just going to look so crazy when we get out here in the daylight.
Oh, yeah.
So sad. I mean, you're going to see the good, hard-working people. Whoa. They are trying to cut their way back into the building.
Wow.
They say about firefighters. Most people are running out of burning buildings, and they're running into them.
That's right. Yep, very, very dangerous work. They don't know
I don't want to get in front of you guys. You guys are the ones getting... Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to do anything to you. Come on, man. 10 years military, buddy. 82nd Airborne, Roger.
Who are you talking to, Joe? Is that firemen or police?
Yeah.
Militarized police?
Yeah, the guy's looking at me like I'm all crazy.
Yeah.
telling me I got to get in front of him. I'm like, negative. I want to get behind there.
Well, do a quick plug. While I was feeling a little rundown, doing over 3 hours live TV, and I went and grabbed my Secret 12 that's on my desk, and I'm going to take it now, and I'll probably be up till 3 a.m. now watching everything that's going on. And, yeah.
You know what I'm taking to stay awake right now?
What's that?
Tear gas.
Yeah. Tear gas will keep you awake, won't it?
There's no secret about this.
No. Wow, that is totally. And now, what part?
But I did take Super Male Vitality today, and that's definitely giving me an extra pep in my step, I should say.
It's let you wear 3 pairs of pants and body armor.
3 pairs of pants, 3 sweaters, body armor. I'm hopping fences, jumping on top of buildings. Excuse me.
And if people sign up for the newsletter, I'm not sure what the deals are going to be yet. I have an idea, but there are going to be some amazing deals that are going to come through the InfoWars Insider newsletter. And it's one way that we support everything you see that's going on right now. So we do appreciate your support. And
newsletter subscribers will get that 24 hours early.
Right.
Yep.
We picked up a reporter from Stern. He was left back on South Florissant, and we gave him a ride.
From Stern?
Yeah, it's a magazine.
Okay.
In New York, it's a German magazine. Yeah.
Oh.
Here he is. Say hello. We gave him. We saved him. He was about to get jumped, and we threw him in our vehicle.
Jumped by police or by protesters?
Who do you think?
Yeah.
We'll just say that.
Mm-hmm. And so what part of, where are you at in relationship to the police station right now, Joe?
Well, that's on South Florissant. We're now on West Florissant. It looks like there's another building on fire as well. There's no one here at this. Wow, there are fires everywhere.
Wow. That's that place is gonna be a burned out Hulk tomorrow.
Yeah, it's turning into a.
It's gonna be burnt to the ground.
God, and there's just not enough firefighters to go out there and put these fires out. Why don't these people realize?
Oh, look at that.
Man,
that's a Fox. We got an aerial Fox feed. I guess it's from a helicopter.
I mean,
it looks like it's pretty
building
high up.
is literally engulfed. Sorry for saying the word literally again for those of you who keep count at home.
No metaphors here.
I just had a protester come up to me, and he saw the InfoWars thing on my microphone. He goes, "Oh, good, I don't screw with you guys."
Wow.
So it looks like they are targeting people out here. But this building is on fire. This is Sam's Meat Market. There's a home on fire down the street. It looks like, or is that the, oh, the car wash might be on fire again.
So once they mobilize the police into one area, then it looks like people, these provocateurs, I guess the real terrorists went out there and just started burning places to the ground, which is not going to solve anything.
No.
You're angry at the cops. You're going to burn down somebody's house or somebody's business?
Well, as I told Joe Biggs, I don't think that the people that have been out there faithfully demonstrating and protesting the police action,
no,
I don't think that's the same crowd of people that are out there tonight burning things and looting things.
It's what, Joe?
This is the rental storage place. This is right beside where the car accident was the other day. This is a pay-to-rent place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, self-storage.
Yeah, self-storage.
Hey, this is Bound, just jumping in.
Yeah, Bound, go ahead.
Yeah, that commotion we saw in New York City, that was the New York PD police commissioner being hit with fake blood by protesters.
Okay.
Fake blood, really?
Fake blood, yes.
Oh, so he wasn't even really bleeding.
And what is happening in New York? Well, we had this weekend, we had an innocent man, and the police commissioner came out and said he was not carrying a weapon, he was not suspected of doing it, he was not committing any crime.
Hey, be careful.
He was shot dead, shot in the chest by a couple of policemen.
8 times, right? One of them was a rookie cop? Is that the rookie cop?
No, I don't think they shot multiple times. They just shot him in the chest. They walked into the stairwell as this man, Mr. Gurley, and his girlfriend were walking up the stairwell. They shot him in the chest and then did not call the police. And the police commissioner came out and did not make any excuses about that. Of course, there isn't any excuse to make about that. But it's interesting that the same police commissioner is also involved in an action that's been going for a couple of months. There was a policy analyst who was with the city council who accused this police commissioner of Grubering the data about police excessive force. And they went back and forth on this. The policy analyst was not getting anywhere with him. He went to his friends and the press to make it public, and they fired him. So now he's got a whistleblower lawsuit going against them that triggered this last weekend as well. At the same time, this man was shot in the stairwell. So, of course, that police commissioner really didn't have a choice other than to come out and say, yes, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He didn't say that his police officer, however, did anything wrong. That was an interesting omission. So tonight we hear from John Bound that they just, a lot of people threw fake blood on this police commissioner.
And also we'll see tomorrow that Cuomo, the reporter from CNN, was hit by tear gas. Apparently he didn't have a gas mask.
Yeah, I was just telling Joe that, you know, that the police have been saying that they're not shooting tear gas, right? They said they're just shooting smoke, and yet we have video evidence that the CNN crew provided for us.
Yeah.
One service that CNN did for us there.
We just heard gunshots. It looks like there's, all in all, 3 or 4 buildings on fire now.
Wow.
And you know,
a car,
and traffic is still rolling through the area.
Yeah, this is Canfield.
Yeah.
That's the light pole that the car hit the other day. Straight up that road is the Mike Brown Memorial. That's where he lived with his parents.
God.
And here is where my hand is now. That's where the Quick Trip was. It's no longer here because of that. So this whole place is going to look like Detroit.
And is this the office building for that storage place, the yellow building in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Probably a guy lives there, the caretaker of the area. Usually those people live on site. So they can
I feel really sorry for the small businessmen there. I mean, you know, I've had a business, and to see their business burned down, that's a catastrophic thing. They're not going to get all of that taken care of with insurance. I mean, you know, if you're out of business for a while, you lose market share, even if they replace some of the things that were damaged there. I really hate to see innocent people being harmed because the police will not police themselves.
Are you saying you're not seeing any police in the area right now?
No, there's nothing out here.
They've just pulled out. They just said
there's only looters, people running around. Oh, you hear gunshots everywhere right now. People running through the smoke and fire, helicopters. I mean, you can barely see through the smoke right now. It's getting pretty thick now. People are driving, hanging out the side of the windows, screaming and yelling. This is total madness.
This is what the New World Order wants. They love events like this.
Out of the roof, it looks like this building's going to fall or collapse from the top down.
Wow.
The fire's starting to shoot out of the look.
Yeah.
Look,
oh, yeah.
Shooting out of the top now.
Well, and of course, that's what happened in the LA riots. The police pulled out, and
people are shooting off rounds into the air. And, you know, everybody knows they're Gabbardy. Something's got to come down eventually.
That's right.
Hey, let's go behind this building and see if we can get up on that hill and look down. Or I will.
Well, just be careful wherever you go.
Yeah.
This is Rob Dew and David Knight in studio. Our reporters Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson are out in, where am I looking at, 1 or 2? I didn't know. 5. Oh, 5. There it is. Thank you for joining us here at Infowars.com for the Infowars Nightly News. We're now 3 hours and 32 minutes into our live broadcast. And I'm really glad we did that dress rehearsal for the midterm elections, because it really did kind of, all we had to do was flip a few switches tonight to make this happen.
Public storage building. This is the Sam's Meat Market.
Okay, now you're at the Sam's Meat Market.
What was on fire. I mean, this is a war zone. This is nuts.
And it happened quickly. And just an hour after, it looks like we're an hour, 2 hours into the verdict, 2 hours and 15 minutes into the verdict being read out to the people. The news was leaked to USA Today because they posted it early, unless they have a time machine. If you go back in time.
People are screaming.
They posted it at 9:01. Drudge had it right after that. And I think we went with that news at 8:06 Central. They went at
like some police
8:01 Central. Yeah.
Police have just run down here and shown up to the building that's on fire, the Sam's Meat Market. You can hear them beating on the door now. They're trying to get into it, get some oxygen in there. I don't know, to maybe that'll help push the fire down. Oh, it's firefighters. They're ripping the door open and trying their way to get in.
Yeah.
This is, wow.
Well, and of course, this is all expected. We expected them to investigate themselves in secret and find themselves innocent. We expected riots. That's why they had an army that was in place. As the guy from Saturday Night Live said, spoiler alert, I think we know what the verdict's going to be based on what they're doing there. And
well, and notice all these cops didn't stop any of this madness. So people are going to now want more. They're going to say, oh, that wasn't enough. We need a standing army here to protect us.
They're interested in getting into a confrontation with demonstrators, but they're not interested in stopping looters. And that's exactly what you saw back in August, wasn't it, Joe?
It looks like they might have gotten this door almost open. They are struggling because it was a lot.
Wow. Well, there's another Fox News shot. Go back to that Fox News shot, guys.
There's a Fox News shot that somebody's shooting something up in the air.
Canisters back and forth.
Yeah. Look at that.
I think they might just be looping.
Oh, you think they're looping stuff? Okay.
Oh, this is from earlier? Okay.
Well, that says 10:34 p.m.
Keep this part.
Okay, the other shot was, all right, got it.
Bottom and just slide it up. And then once it gets up here, I just pull a bit tighter so it fits on my forehead. Oh, I just heard 6 gunshots. Oh, 2 more shots. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, yeah, I can hear him now. That sounds like semi-auto.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, there's tons of shooting going on right now.
Wow.
Just emptying clips.
Yeah. Does it sound close to you?
Yeah, not even 100 yards away. Jakar just ran up to the road. I'm conserving energy and not running. They're shooting towards the fire truck, it looks like.
Wow.
Well, I'm right behind it. Oops. You can hear them screaming and fall back.
Shots fired across Ferguson, St. Louis County Police.
Why would they fire at these guys? They're trying to put out the fire.
Yeah.
Well, certainly somebody'd want to set the fire with not wanting to
that whole building down at the other end is almost about to collapse. You can see the front fall out.
There's some areas where what was it, paramedics? I think it was a report where in some of these Muslim areas, I think it was in Stockholm, where paramedics are having to wear body armor to go into areas because they're being
attacked. Tons of gunshots going off again.
That's crazy.
People are just firing at each other into this open crowd.
Have there been any reports of anybody shot
I can't tell.
from anyone?
Oh, about to get hit. There's a bunch of people running.
Well, it says they're using smoke and pepper spray on the crowd. I guess that's not tear. When you say smoke and pepper spray, it's a cover-all for tear gas.
There you go.
Smepper spray.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, they want to let something like this happen because they want to make the case for more military-industrial complex equipment.
They're not being allowed to put out the fire.
So they're backing out. They're saying, screw it.
Yeah, they have no choice. I mean, the building's going to burn. There's nobody in it, I guess. They don't want to die.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see one guy, he was like teared up, one of the firefighters. He was just hurt because all he wants to do is try to help save a business out here.
Yes.
And he has to leave now because people are out here just acting crazy. They're doing donuts in the road. I just saw a car hit a car.
Jeez.
Acting crazy.
Total anarchy.
Now, I don't know if they're shooting at anything specific or maybe just up in the air. I mean, the scary thing is when they shoot up in the air, I've heard of people where there's been, celebrations where people shoot up in the air and that bullet comes down and kills someone innocent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's more gunshots. There's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17.
Dang.
It's going to come down at the same velocity it went up.
Oh, 1920. Oh, there's another clip being.
Wow.
You hear that?
Yeah, you can hear it now.
Okay.
I mean, I've been hearing them all night, but yeah, you can hear them. I don't think you need to get any closer. Joe, you know what you may want to do, though? If you have an extra shotgun mic, you could plug in the shotgun mic where your other mic is and see if that gets a more directional signal. Then you can aim the microphone in different areas.
We were only given one on this trip, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen more than one. We don't have another mic, do we? No, Jakar says no. This place is just... God.
Did the firefighters even get in there?
No, they couldn't. They started getting shot at. They made them pull back. They started shooting towards the vehicle. Wow. They told them they had to pull out. And look at this. This whole place is just burning to the ground.
So how far away are you from the...
I heard Jakar for the first time ever cuss. Oh, my God. This is a record book.
Hey, Joe, how far away are you from the police station, the fire station where you were earlier?
The police station would be about a 5-minute drive. I think it's around, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. Really all you do is you go to where the McDonald's is up here, where I'm pointing. You make a right, and at the end of that road, you make a left, and it takes you right to the police station. There's like one turn. People could be here literally in seconds.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm assuming they don't want to abandon the police building, because if it gets burned down, then I guess they have no place to stage or house themselves and to actually help people if more stuff continues.
Well, I imagine that they're doing the same thing they did in the LA riots, and that is circling the wagons around the police department.
Well, and they have this target list.
The scariest thing to worry about that I'm fearful for is a drive-by, because people are just driving around and screaming.
Yeah, they just might want to take a pot shot at you just for the heck of it. Hey, Bound, what are the target lists?
Yeah, Nimmo's article on the target list.
Right. What do you?
Well, what do we know that's been hit so far? There are a lot of hospitals on here. There's City Hall. There's a fire department.
No, right up the street at the end of the road down here past McDonald's is Emerson Electric. So I don't know what the state of that place is. I haven't made it that far down, but I'll try and see that. There's a substation at the bottom of the hill past the liquor store on the right side of the road as well. So I don't know what's happened with that either, but we'll try to get down there in a minute. I know that was one of the targets that was.
We saw people looting one of the liquor stores that on 9101 Florissant. I forget the name of the liquor store, but it had it right up there, but I remember looking at the address.
Emerson Electric is the electric company there, the utility company?
Yes. Yes, sir. I mean.
Yeah, it's on the list.
There's no words to explain this. This is just. I mean, I don't even know how clear it is for you guys. I know it's starting to look blurry a little bit. There it goes. But just being here, I mean, this is, wow. This is something you'll never forget. There's Jakari Action Jackson.
He kind of looks like somebody from Brazil. The guys from Brazil with the weird
Terry Gilliam movie.
Terry Gilliam.
Have any of the city offices been hit?
Pulled up now.
What was that?
Have they hit the police station or the fire station or the city hall?
You can hear them talking. It just sounds like the guy in the squad car made an announcement.
And what did he say? Could you hear?
If you don't clear the street, you will be subject to arrest. I can't hear him, and I'm like 25 yards from him. He needs to get a bigger megaphone.
Yeah.
Are any of the banks on fire?
I haven't seen any at all. No, it looks like a lot of places. Oh, there's a bunch more gunshots, and those were down in the neighborhood where Mike Brown was shot. So far, it looks like the only buildings that have been really hit are the ones on this side of the street where I'm at, but nothing I've seen on the other side so far. What's up? Do what? Okay, cool, man. Hey, I'm glad you made it back to your friends, man. Be safe, all right?
Fox News is reporting more looting than what happened in August.
Oh yeah, it's already surpassed that. I mean,
well, you didn't have fires like that.
Yeah.
It was funny because when we were driving down here, the guy, this is his first trip ever, like as a journalist.
Yeah.
He said, "Is this bad?"
Is this
when we were leaving the police station? I said, "No, it's not bad. August was worse." And then we pulled up on this scene, and Jakari and I looked at each other, and I was like, no, this is way worse."
Well, where are you in relation to that McDonald's? Are you guys right down the street from that?
You can see all the lights flash, and that's McDonald's.
Yeah, we cut to a Fox News feed, and they showed the McDonald's, and it looks like the beauty salon over there looked like it had been hit.
Yeah, the McDonald's.
Yeah, there it is, the 9/11 hair salon.
Well,
appropriately named.
This is a very, very large building over here, and it's at the very end that it's on fire.
Yeah.
As well as the two buildings down this way, the Sam's Meat Market and the rental place.
Yeah, it's everywhere you turn, there's a fire.
I can hear people saying F the police still.
Yeah.
And they're starting to come towards the police officers.
Well, just be sure you're not in with that group when things start to happen.
I'm not trying to F anything.
Yeah, and all the schools are closed, of course, in St. Louis.
Yeah,
I believe that.
They were showing that on the ticker earlier. They're saying all the way until Wednesday so far is what they're saying. So, more, that's going to be the entire week then, because Thanksgiving's Thursday.
Yeah. Might as well just call the whole thing off.
Yeah. I mean, the whole week they're going to be done. So now we have police mobilizing in this area on the street. They're now lined up from over here to my right, all the way down to here to where there is a
Like an armored?
Yeah, it's an armored vehicle. It looks like maybe some kind of customized. It's got forward headlights, so I don't know what that is. Looks like an LRAD on top. But they are out here in a full line. This guy's on his loudspeaker from time to time.
Haven't seen the LRAD in action, though, have you?
No. I mean, it doesn't do anything to me. It just reminds me of a Skrillex dubstep song or something.
So
sounds like something you'd hear at a nightclub. It doesn't really hurt the ears.
So what happened? You had the fire department had shown up there trying to put the fire out in that building. There were shots being fired at the fire department. They left, and now we have the police have arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Dave and I. There were gunshots. They had to retreat back. They had to leave or pull the fire truck out, and you could see the look on the firefighters. I mean, they were just so upset because they were trying to save the business. Now they have not been able to. They've been pulled back, and now these buildings will burn to the ground. The office building where this rental is, the fire has spread from that building over, it looks like, to the next building. It is an intense fire. Hey, Jakari.
They're going to have to get those fires out, or it's going to spread through the entire neighborhood. But of course, they're going to have the police there to stop the people who are taking pot shots at the firemen.
The only thing that's beside this storage unit area, well, there's nothing really on the right side except for maybe a 20-yard break and then a wood line, and then from there, tons of homes.
Wow.
Well, and you know, the governor did declare a state of emergency, so I think that might activate something for some of these people if they go through the process.
Well, the sad thing is that, you know, Ferguson there is 93% black, and of course they fed the narrative that this is simply a racial thing rather than understanding that it's a police thing. But now they're burning their own community there.
Yeah.
But again, it's probably people outside of that area again, as opposed to the people who've been demonstrating this last week. We want to just conflate everybody together. And I don't think it's that case. I think it's two separate groups of people.
Yeah, it is. I think you have people that live in the area that are really mad, and then you have people that are opportunists that have come for just a little fun.
Yep, they get a kick out of that.
Roll down.
And
I'm looking at Drudge is why I'm looking down right now. Obama begs for calm as rioters set fires in Ferguson. No indictment.
Shots going off.
Prosecutors, Democrat. Michael Brown's mother collapses outside station. Looting. Cars vandalized. Gunshots.
What's going on? What's going on, Joe? I hear you saying who?
There's just tons of gunshots going off right now.
Hey, we wanted to let you guys know the 10 freeway in La Brea is backed up from Ferguson protesters walking onto the freeway.
So that La Brea is part of
La Brea.
Okay.
La Brea.
Hey, we're going to walk behind these buildings so we can get around the police, and we're going to see if anything's happened up here at the electric company.
Be careful. So we actually have protesters on the freeway stopping traffic. Is that correct?
Yeah, the La Brea, the 10 in LA is completely shut down. We got Oakland protests, thousands of people in New York.
So La Brea is in California.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is this is a freeway in California, Los
Oakland,
Angeles.
Seattle.
Are there any more buildings on fire in other cities?
Not yet.
Yeah, they're definitely escalating. But so far, it's just thousands of people, and the crowds are just getting bigger and bigger and shutting down freeways.
Well, it's
but
about,
it looks like the looting and.
I guess it's about 8:47 in LA now, right? 2-hour difference. So.
Oh yeah, they got a lot more time.
Yeah.
I want to try to get up this way.
But here we have the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force has come out and said there's no benefits to vitamin D. I mean, there you go.
Well, no, and also we got another.
I think
ABC
you might be okay.
wants to let everyone know that don't worry, Dancing with the Stars is still going to air.
Well, tonight
I was worried about that.
I mean,
Obama says we have a lot of work to
into
do
chaos and
on race relations.
Oh, well, yeah.
And then he went back to sleep.
But they're
'cause he's
not.
got a
But they're not
golf
going to do
game
anything
tomorrow.
about the police. It's just like these situations with both of these people getting killed with BB guns.
Yeah.
The Walmart stopped selling BB guns, even though they're still selling real guns.
Right.
And now you hear people, as Kit Daniels pointed out, they want to ban toy guns because this 12-year-old was shot. That's not the problem. It's not the toy guns. It's the rules of engagement of the police.
exactly. And now we have this is going to be all.
Hey,
about the
see if y'all
looting
can
and
interview the
protests.
barbershop lady. Ask her how long she's been in business. Has her building on fire?
How long have you been in business out here? 22 years. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
She said she took her boards down to try to trust in the people here, that no one would rob her store. And as you can see right here, the windows are busted out, and it's just another business. It's just sad.
Did she witness the looters?
No, she just showed up. She came out here to check to see if anything had happened.
I'm so sorry for her. Can you get her on camera? Is she wanting to talk?
No, she's trying to.
She's assessing the damage, it looks like. And she obviously lives in the area.
Yeah, she does. She said she's been here 22 years.
God.
And she said she purposely brought the boards down because she thought she could, just put her faith in the community that nothing would happen.
Well, as you guys...
I don't know that it was the community that destroyed her building, though. That's the sad thing about it.
Yeah,
And, here's a black lady, a small business person, an entrepreneur who has worked hard to build her business for 22 years. All she'll get back from the insurance company is going to be some compensation for what was damaged and stolen, but she's not going to have her income replaced.
Right.
It looks like the fire department is completely pulled out. They've even left this building to go. I don't know if it's completely out, but it's smoldering. This is right here. We're coming up on the McDonald's. So I guess they've been ordered out of the area completely since they have no way to defend themselves. Whoa. I just saw them explode inside.
Yeah. Probably a gas canister or something. Look at that. Is that Jakari's feed?
Yeah, well, Jakari's in front of me.
Yeah,
so
it is.
You're going to have two. It's called Beauty Town.
Yeah.
It's no longer beautiful.
It's really sad.
I can't. Wow. I mean, tomorrow the footage is just going to be, it's not even going to look the same again ever.
You're seeing a lot of people's lives destroyed.
You got to understand how many people save to start businesses like this and work hard, and it's the productive people in the community that are trying to build a business and put something back into the community, and to see the citizens react this way, or whoever it is that's doing it. That's just got to hurt someone who's just sacrificed and try to do what they can to help out around this area. It's just, wow. Look, you can see smoke it's just billowing out of the rooftops all through here. This building it goes deep far back. And once again, if you weren't on here earlier, we'll walk closer to this McDonald's. All these windows have been busted out. I can't tell if anybody's gone inside and tried to take anything, but I don't know why you would want to take any food from this place. It's horrible GMO.
We have a tweet from Matt Drudge from 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, what did he say?
He says, Rodney King riots grew larger second day. Tomorrow's most dangerous.
Yeah.
Obama's handful of disruptors statement to be tested. Pound Ferguson decision.
Look at
that's true. We're certainly seeing the same pattern so far.
Wow, is that
in terms of the
glass?
police pulling out.
Yeah.
And for those who are just joining us, earlier, Joe and Jakari saw a building that was burning severely, and as the firemen were trying to put it out, they started drawing gunfire. So they had to leave the area and let it burn. And then the police pulled into the area. So
this looks like the work of more than a handful of disruptors.
Yeah.
Did you guys see?
Like that. Hold on, let's cross the street over here real quick. We're kind of far behind where the gunshots are going, so I feel a little bit safer finally. For once, I don't feel like I'm about to get shot in the head by some random guy who just wants to pop off some rounds because he thinks he's cool. Well, I'm interested. Hold on. The Ferguson burger place is over here somewhere. This is one of the guys who came out and said that he was not going to board his place and put his faith in God and that nothing would happen.
Well, and you guys filed a report earlier in the week that's a lot of people were trusting in God. And, as they say, trust in God, tie up your camel. Or in this case, I guess, board up your windows. Yeah. But
this place has been completely everyone took everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know if it's the community where he's worked and done business that's doing this. And again, it may very well be people from outside that community.
Opportunists.
Just as that lady was saying, she trusted the community. Well, it wasn't necessarily the community that did this to her. It could have been outside.
This is a second phone place? Is that the owner? Who is this guy?
Yeah, he said he's the owner.
Wow. Look at that. Already getting to work, trying to fix his business back up. Man.
Yeah. That's so sad.
It's going to be millions of dollars of damage tomorrow. And
I mean, I can't imagine how much money is going to be in damage in this area. I mean, everything is just...
And from what you were hearing, Ferguson wasn't going to be a hotspot for rioting and looting.
The Ferguson burger place is still good. They look like they're fine. No one messed with them. I guess everyone enjoys their food and decided to give that place a pass. Well, this is the end of the road out here for this area.
Have you seen any owners who are guarding their business?
No, not around here. You know, from last time, it was some of the ones on the outskirts of this area that were doing that. A little bit further down towards where the Target is, or the Target, if you want to be fancy. And then down on the other end of West Florissant, where some, that's where that tattoo shop was. If you guys remember, we came down here from that last incident in August where the guys are standing out front garden with their assault rifles, and that's back in that direction.
Well, and I imagine if people were out there, the police would probably come over and try to disarm those people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Immediately. Because, you know, you stand out and guard your business, you know.
Well, as Drudge said, the worst day in the LA riots was the second day, and some of these people who haven't had their businesses destroyed yet may think about that.
Yeah.
They may need to protect their businesses tomorrow or lose them.
I just can't believe that they don't have those all those MRAPs up here, but I guess at the same time they're more worried about saving that police station.
Yeah, and the sign out in front of it, right? Didn't they build a doghouse over the sign?
Yeah. I tweeted out a picture the other day when they built it. I was like, there's some, you know, they moved the barricades and there's some kind of doghouse built. And,
yeah.
Even in Clayton today, the St. Louis County Police Department out there, they, for some reason, I guess they thought that was going to work because they took duct tape and trash bags and wrapped up all their signs. I mean, that's an easy tear down right there.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good enough for government work, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
Fox is reporting that officers are only using smoke and pepper spray on the crowd, not using tear gas.
Yeah, right.
Do you refute that charge or that claim, Joe?
I will hold back in my choice of words, but yeah, they're liars.
Yeah.
We just want to point out, too, Fox News is still calling these protests. This has escalated. I'm pretty sure all the protesters have gone home. These are rioters and looters. We've got protests going on around the country, but by continuing to call these people here protesters, it's just going to be used to demonize
the word
protesters and protests.
Anybody that has a problem with excessive force by the police is equivalent to somebody that's going to shoot and burn down.
It's like you're one
Ferguson.
of those truthers.
Exactly.
You care about the truth. And we're seeing that playing out. You know, we're running up on 11 o'clock. I think, guys, are you guys going to Ustream for a little while, or what's your?
Well, if you guys are going to finish this for a little bit, we've got about a 10-minute walk. We're walking up to the Target. I want to see if there's the command centers in full, put together.
Yeah. I think we might call it a night here at 11 o'clock. Obviously, there's going to be more damage done. This is only one section of it. We're seeing protests kick off around the country at this point, and they're turning this one situation, you know, the system, the media has done a masterful job at creating this, and this is going to take
a
long time for LA to recover after.
If they had picked, there are so many of these incidents, and there are so many of them that there would not have been any ambiguity about, as Paul Watson has pointed out repeatedly. I mean, you take this situation we've talked about over and over again in the Walmart in Ohio. There would not have been any way that anybody could have pushed that back and justified it. And yet we see that they did not indict the officers who murdered that man in the Walmart, and it was murder. You do not kill people unless they are a threat to you. That's the rules of engagement for self-defense.
You got a shot of the Army?
Yeah, they're right. See the red cross on the side of the vehicle? That is a Army Humvee. There's another one behind it. We are approaching the what was last time the command center, the one that we filed a report on. There's a large grouping of police vehicles, I think, over here. Sorry if I sound out of breath, but...
Joe, do you agree with Matt Drudge at hashtag Ferguson decision about that tomorrow it will probably ramp up?
See, I didn't think it was going to get this bad tonight. Honestly, earlier when it was really quiet for a while, I was like, all right, nothing's going to happen. But then this happened, and then I guess there's people are going to go home and stock up. And
it looks like a calculated operation. You get all the cops into one area, and then you start lighting fires when cops are just worried about protesters. And this really looks like something. We're approaching 11 o'clock, 4 hours live, and I think we're going to call it a night. Joe, keep in touch with the people through Ustream, you know, but don't wear yourself out. It's obviously going to be just as big tomorrow. Get everything charged up. And
here is an armed guy walking down the sidewalk.
It's going to be quite a sight tomorrow during the daylight after these buildings have burned as well.
Yeah.
I know. I'm going to come out here tomorrow, and we might even do the radio show from out here so everyone can see in the daylight just how complete and total messed up this whole road is.
And we've hardly done any advertising. We've been out here for 4 hours, got a huge crew in here. Please consider becoming a member of PrisonPlanet.tv or visit the InfoWars store to support us. And I think we're going to call it a night. We are going to get some sleep. We'll get up tomorrow and we'll see this. Joe, you be safe. You and Jakari, be safe, please. We don't need you guys getting hurt in this situation. And
we're not going to stay out here much longer, I don't think, just so we can rest up. I mean, it's really cold. We've been on this cold, and then if we get sick, then we're worthless. So I'm going to say in about an hour we'll cut the cord on this, and then charge some batteries, and then we'll be back with you guys tomorrow live on the Alex Jones Show.
And people can join you guys on ustream.tv/real Alex Jones and ustream.tv/Alex Jones Live. You can go to those channels now.
Also contact us on our Twitter accounts. You know, we have that. I usually stay up for a little bit longer and answer people's questions about the night's events and, you know, just my opinion on stuff. And Jakari Jackson has become quite the Twitter user himself now. So.
The Twitter aficionado.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. Your dogs have been taken care of here. So.
McBreen, tell Barkley I love him.
Yeah, you guys be safe the rest of the night, and I think we're going to call it a night as well, where it's 11:01. The no indictment verdict has come in. The prosecutor is not going to seek any charges against Darren Wilson. That is where we sit right now, and you know, other than that, we'll see what happens tomorrow when daylight shines upon this series of events. We're going to see a lot of sole proprietor business owners really cleaning up from the ashes, and that's what's sad. That's the worst thing that's going to come.
A lot of hardworking people have had their all their work go up in smoke tonight. It's a very sad thing to see. Over, you know, something they had no control over.
Exactly.
Yes.
They didn't ask for this. It just happened to be in their backyard. Another event where, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the cop killed this guy. Yeah. Whether he deserves, you know, no one deserves to die over what happened. But maybe he did attack the cop. We'll never know. I mean, there's so many.
And there are ways that they could have handled this throughout this entire thing. They could have been more transparent. They could have laid their cards on the table. They could have shown the evidence that they had at a much, much earlier date. They could have diffused the situation, but that was not what they chose to do.
No, instead, blame social media for blowing it out of proportion and asking questions.
Yeah. Don't listen to anybody except the guy who ran the grand jury and did something that he had not done for 28 years. As one person said, if that was what was necessary to give this officer a fair trial, why didn't he give anybody else that kind of legal process over 28 years? Something stinks.
We'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Alex Jones Show. I imagine he'll go into overdrive, too. He's been out for a few days, so he's going to be raring to go. And, you know, it'll be anxious to see what Alex's take is on all this tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central, the Alex Jones Show. Once again, this will be repeating all night, so tell your friends you can tune in and watch the madness unfold once again. It's a chaotic sight. But thanks for joining us. Rob Dew here. This is David Knight and all the crew back there. We'll see you next time. This has been the InfoWars Nightly News. Please become a member of PrisonPlanet.tv. Your subscription can now be shared with up to 20 people. So what are you waiting for? Become a member today.
Celebrate the spirit of freedom and liberty upon which our nation was founded at InfoWarsShop.com. Molon Lave is ancient Greek for come and take it. This popular design combines both classic Greek Spartan imagery with modern M16 assault rifles. Now available in women's tees and proudly made in the USA. Celebrate the spirit of 1776 with the George Washington brass belt buckle or this incredibly sharp-looking 1776 hat. Badass. And be sure to check out the new arrivals at InfoWars Life, where you can prepare your body to perform at peak levels with Survival Shield, Nascent Iodine, Super Male Vitality, and Fluoride Shield. And wake up, America. Immune Support Blend is the healthy choice for the gourmet coffee lover. So get incredibly high-quality, freedom-based products and help fund the revolution at InfoWarsShop.com.
You are watching the InfoWars Nightly News, which airs 7 p.m. Central at InfoWarsNews.com. Members can share their passcodes with up to 11 other people, and your support is helping us defend liberty worldwide.
The average person's life is filled with unexpected challenges. Unlock the energy it takes to defeat these daily beasts with super male or super female vitality, specifically designed